What's up, nerds? It's Havoc, and as promised, today we're gonna do an updated 2.4 Battlegroup tier list. This is going to encompass both 1v1s and team games. We're gonna cover both today. The initial tier list is gonna be focused on, I think we're gonna start with smaller team games. And then at the end of the video, I will redo the tier list for team games. We're going to go into a lot of detail. So get a drink, buckle up, because we're going to break down every single battle group, every single ability in this video, faction by faction, including the new stuff. So SSB, Free French, Elite Forces, and Siegebreaker, the latest battle groups from Relic. And in addition to that, for those of you that I apologize, actually, there was a little bit of confusion on my last post. The key giveaway is happening on this video. So next week, it'll probably be Monday. I am going to give away a key for the Dare and Destroy battle group. To win, you must be subscribed to the YouTube channel. And below, you have to comment your current favorite faction / battle group to enter. And of course, whatever else you want to say, you're welcome to say. But make sure to include that, because that's what I'm going to be looking for entrance. But with that, let's get right into it. So we're going to start out with UK forces. So we're going to start with Australian. I'm actually just going to open this Explorer. If you're not familiar with this website, you're new to the channel, I would highly recommend it. It's called co3stats.com. The guys that run it are absolutely phenomenal. Anything that you could possibly want to learn about the game, you can find in here in terms of data, in terms of, abilities, just like learning how units perform against each other. All of that can happen on this website. I'll actually showcase the DPS calculator tool. This is extremely useful for learning how infantry interact with each other. You can pit them up against each other. You can look at vehicle values, penetration values. Anyway, I digress. Let's get to the good stuff, okay? So, starting out with Australian Defense Battle Group. Left-hand side, we've got logistical supremacy. A lot of things remain the same patch over patch for this battle group. There are some small differences, which I'll try to make sure I cover. First, starting on the left side, logistical supremacy. They actually moved strength and economy and tripwire flares next to each other as your first choice. So previously, you basically had to select the truck at 2 CP, and then you could go into strength and economy and then artillery tripwire flares on either side. Now you can get artillery tripwire flares as early as 1 CP, and I've seen some really interesting and creative uses of this ability in 1v1s super early in games, which is very cool. And then strength and economy, the cache fortification system, so it basically adds health to caches and makes them cheaper, is also now accessible earlier in the battle group at 2 CP instead of what I believe was previously 3. Now the truck has been moved up, which I think is fair. I actually think this is kind of nice in the context of team games because it means that you're going to get the ability to build caches, which benefit your whole team, earlier than you're going to be able to do truck runs, which only benefit you as the player. So in terms of how effective this is at a support battle group in team games, strength and economy is definitely the better choice. Artillery tripwire flares, fantastic in a 1v1 context, relatively cheap, potential for very big damage onto squads that step on it and then get hit by the subsequent artillery shell. Truck, still very useful. And then we have a couple interesting things happening on the end of this battle group tree. So the Archer Tank Destroyer, not a lot new with this one. Still very long range, high damage, slow movement speed, but faster in reverse. This is the premium, probably the cheapest long-range heavy tank destroyer in the game at 95 fuel and 360 manpower. It does have a rival now after the release of not this battle group set, but the previous one with the Sherman Firefly, which has been buffed pretty significantly since we last talked about it. But on top of that, we also have Charged Creeping Barrage. And I want to talk about this one a little bit more than we did last time, specifically because the way that this is used has changed a lot because of a small change that Relic made to how we target off-map strikes. So previously, the way that off-map strikes work is when you clicked on an area to start the ability, it would basically center on that place that you clicked, and then you would have to rotate around the center point to determine the direction, right? So if I clicked in the middle, it would start here, and then if I point this way, it would basically go from here to here on screen, just as an example. But now, basically what they've done is your initial click is actually the start point of the strike. And this makes for some really interesting potential plays that you could not make with this ability before. Namely, like now I can see my opponent appearing on the edge of the fog of war, start the barrage there, and call it behind them into the fog, which was previously not possible. So the long and the short of this is that I feel like Charged Creeping Barrage is actually a lot more useful than it was in the previous patch, simply because of the targeting change that Relic made to this stuff. So definitely worth experimenting with, definitely worth exploring as an alternative over the Archer Tank Destroyer. Now, I do feel like this is still probably generally the better option, but now I do feel like this is going to be a much more viable option because of the targeting change. On the right-hand side, we have Australian Light Infantry sections. Not much has changed with them. These guys are still the equivalent of riflemen that can build fortifications with no snares. On the UK side, they have a short into mid-range DPS profile, primarily focused. And then when you upgrade them with the scoped Lien fields, then they have a much better long-range damage potential. They still have the snipe ability, which has been nerfed significantly, probably since the last time I talked about them. It's not quite as strong as it was, but still very useful, very effective. Probably, again, remains one of the best scaling line infantry substitutes in the game, is the Australian Lights. Moving down further, we've talked about before the 2-pounder. This is a fantastic answer to heavy light vehicle play from your opponent, especially when combined with pairs and light team weapon or team weapon training or UK forces. Immediate access to the VET1 capability that allows you to disable targets at long range and guaranteed penetration. Then of course you have defensive tactics, which allows you to build the Bofors and the 17-pounder emplacement. Generally speaking, both of these very useful. I tend to see defensive tactics more in team games, 2-pounder more in the 1v1 context. But both very effective. You know, if you're dealing with a lot of like aircraft or armor in the mid game, this might be, or medium to heavy armor in the mid game, the emplacements might be better. One of the really nice changes that they made was that Australians now have the ability to repair buildings. This is a new addition in the most recent update for 2.4. You couldn't previously repair structures with the Aussies, but now you can. So they synergize a lot better with defensive tactics where they didn't before. Because you could only repair things with your sappers. Moving along to vehicle over repair, this ability has been gutted pretty hard since the last time I talked about it. This used to be like the S tier premium ability in this battle group because it made all of your vehicles so much stronger. It was easy to apply and yeah, relatively low lift in terms of the time tax that was required to use this. But now, like, the onset of the ability takes much longer. You can see it's 15 seconds. and the bonus health that you get is not as much as it was before. It used to be 120, now it's only 100. And it takes much longer to apply. On the other hand, Hold the Line remains a very strong endgame ability for this battle group. This, like, with the exception of getting nuked by like a Sturm Tiger or a V1 or something like that, Hold the Line remains probably the best way to keep your team weapons alive when you're undergoing like a big attack from your opponent. Like, the amount of pressure that your team weapons especially, I mean, I think the idea is Hold the Line is supposed to synergize with defensive tactics, and it does, but it's so much better with team weapons, it's not even close. And the reason is specifically not just the damage reduction. By the way, 40% damage reduction is absolutely insane. That is a ridiculously high number. And then the 4 health per second when active. This is faster than healing you would get from your base, but it's in combat and laid over top of damage reduction. It basically makes your team weapons immortal for the duration of the ability. Again, with the exception of like really high burst damage weapons. Like, I've eaten entire Stuka barrages with this thing. Nebelwerfer is an absolute joke. Like, nothing can kill my team weapons when I have Hold the Line on, except like the most expensive weapons. So Hold the Line I find to be a much better option in general between these two. But Over Repair does still have a bit of a place. But I think the opportunity cost of not going Hold the Line when UK already has some of the best team weapons in the game, this just makes them even better and easier to defend. This is excellent. So that's the Australian Defense Battle Group. I think we're going to drop them. These guys are still like quite good in a 1v1 context. They're quite good in team games. I see players both using these guys as like a means to construct a lot of field defenses, kind of do like a Sim City play style. But I also see like very aggressive play styles. The economic support that they provide is also very good through strength and economy and the trucks. And again, some of the best scaling line infantry substitute in the game, the ability to construct cover for you and your teammates, access to heavy tank destroyers, the creeping off-map barrage being much easier to use. All those things combined, we're going to put Aussies up into the A tier. These guys are still quite good, and they've only gotten better with the most recent update. So excited about the potential for these guys. Now, that takes us to Air and Sea. So Air and Sea, where are we here? Let's move our way down, collapse these. Air and Sea battle group. So we have, this is a classic, one of my favorites, one of the original battle groups for UK forces. Remains one of my favorites. And we're going to go through it. So we'll start with the Royal Naval Support side first. So I believe since the last time we talked about this, they made an update to Naval Blockade, whereby you can designate a friendly territory that's locked down. While this is active, the point can't be captured for 30 seconds, but it can't be used on VPs. I'm going to be honest, I still think this ability is pretty much pointless. I still always pick supply surplus. 30 seconds is like nothing, and this costs way too much. If I compare it to something like, what's the DAC ability? Sound the Alarm, which we'll talk about later. Sound the Alarm, like, it decreases the decapture speed and provides amazing bonuses to nearby units for a longer duration than 30 seconds. I think it actually might be 45. I'll have to check. It could be 30, but it feels super long. But the point is, it's the same cost. And this is like, you can only do this on a neutral territory point. So this is worthless. Like, don't pick this. It's just bad. But supply surplus is fantastic. So I talked a little bit in the last battle group about the economic support that you can provide with the strength and economy ability for the Aussies, these guys benefit from almost the same thing. So supply surplus, there's two things that are awesome about this. The first one is that caches can be built without the use of units. So they can be auto-built on territory points, which is a really nice boon. When you unlock this at 1 CP, you have the potential to bolster your economy for your team significantly. So if you like this battle group, I would highly encourage you to be the person that's going to coordinate with your team to build caches for two reasons. One, you don't have to use the time of an engineer unit to construct these. And two, you get them at a discount relative to your teammates. You get a 25% discount on caches constructed. So in the context of team games, this battle group is fantastic for no other reason just than supply surplus is going to give you a nice boon to the economy of you and your teammates. Further down, we have the Centaur. And boy, I love this thing. This thing actually got some buffs in the most recent patch, which I'll mention in a second. But an overview of this tank is like, you can think of it as a faster, more nimble, but less lethal version of the Bulldozer or the Brumbar or the Stug. It has a turret. It is very fast compared to most of the other tanks in a similar class. And most recently, it got a buff to the long distance damage fall off, which is basically, if you think about it, it's like the part of the explosion that is furthest away, but still part of the explosion. You have units taking a little bit more damage, like when they're a bit further away from the epicenter of the explosive round and where it lands, which is only a benefit to the Centaur in its effectiveness against infantry. So this is really good. It actually says short weapon range, but that's actually not true anymore. It has the same range as pretty much every other tank, as far as I'm aware. And the ability to toggle into Hesh rounds as a form of anti-tank. Now, you can't straight up duel another medium tank, but you can apply very consistent damage and debuffs using the Centaur. That combined with how beefy it is, it's a really nice anti-infantry / anti-vehicle support vehicle to include in your roster. I don't typically spam these things. I usually build like maybe one over the course of a game, or I have one at a time. But this is a great unit, and I think highly underrated. I don't see this nearly as often as I think it merits having. Having this supporting like a 17 pounder is fantastic because the Hesh rounds, obviously you can mark targets, you can deter them from pushing in with the Hesh round and the crippling effect that it has on the vehicles. You can fire smoke rounds, and you can deter infantry from pushing into your 17 pounder just by pushing them and hitting them with the Centaur's main cannon. Moving further down to the last abilities in the tree, we have assault flares and naval bombardment. Both of these abilities are fantastic. Naval bombardment, like, there's no firepower in the game like this one, except for from the more recent battle groups. The Sturmtiger has a similar effect on an area that naval bombardment does, as does the V1. The Kriegsmarine naval bombardment, similar, but not as much firepower as standard naval bombardment. I think the main drawback to this is the cost. It's pretty expensive. Like, I think this might be the most expensive endgame ability next to the V1. I think it actually has the same cost as the V1, which is a lot. So that's like the main drawback of naval bombardment. I tend to lean more towards assault flares, and I love it specifically in a team game context because you can think of it as like a go button for you and your team. Like, whether you're playing with a coordinated team or not, assault flares is a great way to give your team the signal, so to speak. And in the meantime, you're going to buff all of your infantry on the map and get huge offensive bonuses. You can see 25% rate of fire and 50% speed for all affected infantry. It's a little expensive for a flare ability, but I would say, like, the bonuses that you get not only that, but also like the psychological bonuses that it gives to your teammates, in that they can see the entire front line and they can see your infantry leading the charge at a ridiculous speed. It's a great way to get your team to buy into an attack with you. And so I highly prefer this just due to its cheaper costs, and again, all the effects that we just talked about. But both abilities are good. Naval Bombardment has a place, you know, great at dismantling static defenses, which we may or may not be seeing a bit more of in the most recent patch. But it is also like, it's a very expensive way to do that. And since they reworked Incendiary, which we'll talk about in a minute, I don't know if this is worth it. I feel like this one is in general better. Now, moving on to the Royal Air Force side. These guys, Commandos, one of my favorite units in the game. Previously, they were kind of eating dirt because detectors were pretty pervasive. Now, not as bad for the Allies, I would say. It was a little bit easier, but like last patch, for example, 2.3, Luftwaffe was virtually unusable against UK forces because they could just build sections, recce sections, and detect Fallschirmjägers and keep them from ambushing, and that basically rendered them effectively useless for their cost in the last patch. But anyway, that's since gone. There are still detectors, but they're not as pervasive as they were last patch. And so I think Commandos are in a great spot. They have some fantastic veterancy bonuses, the ability to heal out of combat, throw grenades, sticky bombs. One of the main drawbacks, probably between the last time I talked about them and this patch, is that the demolition charges were nerfed significantly. And not just the commando ones, every demolition charge. They now have a timer that happens when you click on the plunger as opposed to just blowing up immediately. And there's also a grenade call out for your opponent, which is on the receiving end of the demo charge. And that's just going to notify them further to give them an opportunity to escape before they get killed by the demo charge. So they lost a little bit of effectiveness, but still overall like a very strong unit, I would argue. Okay. Next part of the tree, M1 pack howitzer paradrop and commando support section. Pack howitzer is probably my favorite choice between these two. The white phosphorus rounds on this pack howitzer are absolutely ridiculous. They are so incredibly strong, relatively cheap, and great at dismantling static defenses, especially bunkers, which I think surprises a lot of people. Not a lot of people think to use the white phosphorus against bunkers, but it still does pretty effective damage. I see somebody in the chat saying, yeah, the white phosphorus damage doesn't stack like it did, which is true. But the white phosphorus is still great. It's still great for clearing a path to your opponent. It's great for applying pressure to fortified positions or like medical or like forward assembly areas for your opponent. Better than a standard barrage by a long shot, and great at exerting pressure on those enemy force concentrations. The commando support section definitely has a place, especially if you're using standard commandos and you want to try to avoid retreating as much as possible, because their ability to reinforce other commando units that are on the field. I would also argue that their strafe is a little bit better due to the targeting changes that we talked about with the Aussie artillery ability, but it affects all effectively call-in abilities or strafe abilities. The commando support section strafe is a lot better as well. They're not as good as like most infantry, I would say. They're a little bit too squishy and maybe a little expensive for like how effective they are in combat, but a great hybrid like combat support unit overall. Now we have the anti-tank rocket loader. You guys know, if you've seen my last video, I'm a huge fan of this ability. This is really strong. One of the stronger anti-vehicle loiter abilities in the game. And then you also have incendiary bombing run. Now, they actually reworked a lot of the incendiary abilities in the most recent patch, where they do less damage now on impact, but they do more burn damage and they burn for longer. Which is great at like dismantling bunkers, dismantling other enemy fortifications, did area denial for an opponent's infantry for a longer period of time. It lasts longer and it does more damage over time, just not as much impact. And I think, you know, they were seeing a lot of players like losing units that were just had the bombs like kind of dropped on their head, and there was nothing they could do about it. So it's a little bit less about that. That's more what the American bombing run does now. The incendiary bombing run is more about consistent damage and area denial. So this is also a great answer for dismantling fortifications. Like between these two, incendiary bombing run and naval bombardment, I actually think incendiary might be a little bit better because it's cheaper, it covers a wider area, and again, you have that denial capability as well. The only thing is, obviously, you know, you're not going to do much damage to vehicles with incendiary, whereas naval's just going to wipe them off the map completely. Which ability combines best with assault flares? Probably anti-tank rocket loader or incendiary, like dropping it on the retreat path of your opponent, trying to cut them off. Both of those are good choices. So air and sea battle group, I still think in a pretty strong position. Great diverse cast of units and abilities. Pretty much everything in here is useful except for naval blockade. And so for that reason, I'm probably going to put them in... I would say probably... Yeah, I'm looking ahead also at the other battle groups. Somewhere between A and B. I'm leaning towards A. I think we're going to say A. I think we're going to put them in A. They are up there with Aussies. The economic support that you can provide to your teammates in tandem with the very strong late game abilities and great infantry supplement units with the pack howitzer and the various commando units. All very good. Centaur fills an important gap, I think, also for UK, in that, you know, having a fast vehicle that can provide support but also combat infantry. I think A is a suitable spot for air and sea. Moving on, we're gonna go into heavy armor battle group. So heavy armor, we'll start with the left side tree. We've got rigorous vehicle training and engineered detachments. Not much changing here since the last time we talked about this battle group. Same with forward repair assembly. The Black Prince, I think, continues to remain a trap most of the time. I don't think this unit is really worth it. It's incredibly slow. It's a massive target. If you're looking for something that's like a bulwark frontline vehicle, the two Churchills is far better than a Black Prince, for sure. They can protect each other much better. And obviously having two of them allows you to juggle threat between two vehicles instead of just one. I almost never tell people to go for the Prince. There's like very rare circumstances that would be suitable to go for the Prince over a standard Churchill. Churchill's an amazing unit. I think it's highly underrated. Now, it could just be because we don't see this battle group that much. The main weakness, obviously, is its slow speed, and that can be a big problem when it comes to dealing with, like, for example, the newest DAC battle group and the Stuka strafe. But knowing how to handle it in situations like that, where you're dealing with an oncoming strafe, for example, you know, not backing into the strafe as opposed to maybe moving forward to dodge the damage and then backing up. But either way, the Churchill is a great unit. It's a great bulwark, great frontline, even better than the Matilda in pretty much every way. I think it is. I actually don't know if it's faster or slower than the Matilda. Let's just do a quick comparison here. I think it might be slower, but I want to confirm for sure because I would hate to give the wrong information here. Matilda is speed 385, speed 35. So yeah, the Churchill is a little bit slower than the Matilda is. So that it does have that going against it as well, but it does make up for it in beef in terms of, you can see the frontal armor significantly higher than the Matilda. For context, just so you guys know how to kind of read this, think of this as like, I think a pack generally at long range has 160 penetration, which gives it about a slight bit more than 50% chance to penetrate the front of a Matilda, whereas the Churchill, 160 penetration is not going to cut it. It's going to be below 50% ability to penetrate frontal armor, which is very good. Very, very, very strong armor on the Churchill. Okay, moving back here. So we talked about left side of the tree. Not a lot to talk about here. I would say like a couple things to call out. Engineered detachments is probably not worth it most of the time. Royal Engineer has just been power crept really hard as a unit over the course of the life cycle of the game. These guys used to be like actually way too strong and really capable in combat. Now I actually feel like they're overpriced. They are still great SMG units and can win CQC engagements where they get the initiative or the advantage at close range. But generally speaking, these guys are not worth building too many of. If you are fielding a lot of vehicles, the forward repair assembly, part of the reason it's in this tech tree, I think, is for access to it. Now, the mechanized support center repairs is better than this, coming from the US forces. And is not a required battle group selection. So if you're finding that like your team or, you're needing area repairs or large volume of repairs on several vehicles, this is a fine choice, but MSC with the AoE upgrade is better. So yeah, I would say generally rigorous vehicle training is what I'm typically going for repair assembly and Churchills. Now, one of the major differences between this patch and the last one is the refit ability for the British was dramatically nerfed. The tier 4 refit ability, where it can no longer refit light vehicles of any category. It can only refit medium vehicles. And this actually provides some extra value for the field support and logistics side of the heavy armor battle group because it has the built-in light vehicle withdraw and refit. So if you haven't seen my video about the how-to for heavy armor battle group, probably worth checking out because all of that is still relevant, and even more so now because this is the only ability now for the British side that allows you to refit light vehicles of any kind. Moving on, we've got RadioNet, pretty strong armor active ability. You can see you get bonus accuracy, rate of fire, and vision, which can be nice for big tank pushes. Personally, I lean more towards the Crusader AA. This is one of the stronger anti-infantry vehicles in the game. It's got high range, excellent chip damage, excellent splash damage, really good at tearing down infantry units that are attacking. The main weakness of this, obviously, is its light armor. Now, it does have speed to compensate for the light armor. And this is what actually creates a fantastic synergistic relationship between the Crusader AA and the Churchill. You basically have the Churchill screening. The Crusader AA is going to mop up whatever targets are in the front. And the Churchill is going to bulwark the way in. And you'll have your infantry and support weapons coming in behind those. So I lean more towards the Crusader AA, but this is a very capable ability as well. At the end of the tree, we've got Recon Artillery and Designate Targets. Both of these are fantastic abilities. Recon Artillery is a great way to, again, tear down static defenses. The siege camp is made, very short work of by Recon Artillery. You're able to destroy artillery emplacements, all kinds of stuff with Recon Artillery. This is a very, very strong, and the plane takes forever to shoot down. So in general, I'd say if you're looking for damage, Recon Artillery is probably the best choice. Designate Targets is fantastic, especially when you're doing attacks on enemy armor. And it's also a fantastic reconnaissance ability. You can see It makes units easier to hit. They take an additional 25% incoming weapon penetration, which can be really important for some of the bigger German cats that are typically hard to penetrate from the frontal armor. So overall, heavy armor battle group, definitely has a place in the UK roster. It's far from the strongest battle group, but also far from being useless. There's some great tempo capabilities that allows you to make use of like heavier light vehicle play without sacrificing your late game armor choices and your late game armor tempo. And then again, you know, rounded out with some great end game abilities through recon artillery and designate targets. And the Churchill, you know, effectively just being an upgraded Matilda. This is a very strong battle group and great at really congested maps where you need to be the bulwark, be the front line, kind of the big shield for your team. This is probably one of the best battle groups for doing that. And so I definitely think it has a strong place in the meta. Now, I would say overall, it does lack some of the support capabilities and the economic capabilities of the other battle groups that we looked at. Again, forward repair assembly being effective, but not the best choice when it comes to area of effect repairs. I would say, like, in general, especially when stacking up against all the other battle groups, I would probably put this one in the B category. So there you have it. B category for heavy armor. Moving along to, I believe the next one is Canadian Shock. These guys have seen a lot of changes over the last little while. Canadian Shock. So I want to highlight the main change that has happened between this, the battle group now, and the last time that we talked about them in the 2.2 video. The main change has to do with attacking spirit. And you'll see in the description here, I'll just read it out for you. So territory points decaptured by friendly squads cause nearby infantry and team weapon crews to immediately regain 15 health and then 75 health over 45 seconds. Healing over time is disabled when in combat. This is, right here, the major difference between this patch and the last one. And honestly, guys, it's long overdue. This ability was way too strong, especially in a 1v1 context where you're constantly capturing and decapturing territory from your opponent. And it was just fudging all of the infantry engagements, all of the normal kill breakpoints. Like, being able to heal in combat was just absurdly strong for UK forces, especially considering most of the engagements they want to take at cover, in cover at long range. This ability was too strong. So I'm really happy to see this nerf. However, it is revealing now a lot of the weaknesses of the rest of the battle group. Mainly that the attacking spirit, like the healing is good. Offensive resupply is pretty good. I will say, like, since they've introduced some costs for some unit abilities, specifically like Pour It On 'Em for riflemen has received a munitions cost. I actually haven't seen it, but it makes me think that offensive resupply will allow them to use their Pour It On Them now for free, as they could in previous patches, as well as throw grenades, which is pretty nice. So that might make like an interesting difference when it comes to the ability or the strength of this choice over the attacking spirit choice. Moving down to Canadian Shock sections, again, not much different with these guys since the last time we talked about them. Their DPS profile still feels a little bit funny to me. They are a primarily mid-range unit, which is also a bit odd. The Piat package is the obvious choice for these guys. I just don't really think they're worth it with the 2-inch mortar. I would rather have pretty much anything else besides this upgrade. And the Piat, you know, it does respectable damage to infantry when it hits. It does miss a lot, but like if you're shooting at infantry in buildings or in cover positions, you can get some great splash hits sometimes and deal decent damage to them with the Piat package. Now, these guys really get strong once they hit Vet 2 because of the extra damage resistance that they get. Prior to that, they're pretty difficult to use, pretty weak overall. But a great mid-game option for handheld AT when you don't want to go for a boys section. I would say You know, if you can avoid it, you probably don't want to go for boys section. They're not great. Now, point assault and smoke operation. Both of these abilities are fantastic. Fantastic offensive abilities that benefit both you and your teammates. I think point assault is slept on a lot. You can see here, when you initiate the pulse, you have 60 seconds and it grants nearby infantry 20% rate of fire and 20% reduced damage for 60 seconds. Then, if you capture the point, the ability is refreshed for another 60 seconds. So you have a potential for 2 minutes of damage reduction and rate of fire bonuses for 50 munitions, which is pretty crazy. Honestly, probably one of the strongest parts of this battle group now is in point assault. Now, smoke operation is great too, especially when you're playing against a team weapon heavy composition by Axis. It's great at like shutting down and making it really difficult for AT gun positions or machine gun positions to prepare for an attack from you and your teammates. Again, it's another great like go button if you're doing a big armored push with your team. But yeah, overall, I prefer point assault these days. I think there's plenty of other ways to get smoke and use smoke that we'll talk about later on in some of the battle group abilities. But point assault is among the best, one of the best offensive battle group abilities at the moment. Now, moving on to incendiary weapons, we've got burnout. Nothing big different here. Still fairly good at burning down and decapturing territory points. I see this as more of an annoyance than anything else. But there are niche maps, especially, where this ability can really come in handy. I'm thinking of... what the hell is that map called? Damn, I can't remember. We'll have to pull it up later. But it's one of the maps that's kind of split by, there's like a hill in the middle. It's a desert map, and then there's kind of a river that's running down the middle, and there's cutoff points on that. And burnout can be a really effective way to harass your opponent's economy consistently, using this ability. Now, I think most people would agree that incendiary munitions is still one of the better choices on this side. It makes your rifle grenades absolutely devastating, adds even more beef to the Canadian and the guard troops. What the hell is that? Gammon bomb, I think it's called, which is the equivalent to bundle grenade. I wanted to call it a bundle grenade, but it's a gammon bomb. But yeah, the guards and the Canadians throwing gammon bombs is just really, it's pumped up to the next level with incendiary munitions. And then finally, you have pyrotechnics, which really is fantastic at augmenting your infantry flamethrowers, as well as the flamethrower, which comes later from the crocodile heavy tank. Now, as much as I've kind of said that this battle group is mediocre, there are some maps, I'll say like Benghazi, for example. This battle group is amazing because of the synergy with flamethrowers that it has and how many buildings are on that map. So if you find yourself in a dense urban area, like Canadian shocks are great, attacking spirit's fine, but the bonuses that you're getting to like incendiary munitions, pyrotechnics, and then eventually the croc, those are all going to play really well with this battle group. I would consider it one of the better urban options for UK forces in terms of battle groups. So overall, pretty solid. Finally, we've got the Churchill Crocodile Heavy Tank. Now, this got a little bit of a nerf in the last update, mainly because they gave it the same treatment that they did to all the other heavy tanks, in that they pushed up the CP requirement and they increased the cost until you get tier 4. This actually means that you can get it earlier and a little bit cheaper if you normally get it with tier 4. So if you typically do that, then you're better off. But if you were one of those people that was like tech skipping in order to try to get this thing before you built your tier 4, it's going to be less accessible to you. So does it increase splash? Actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't increase splash, but the reason why it might feel like that is because it slows things down, and that actually makes them stay stuck in the area of effect longer. So it probably feels like they're taking more damage because of that. Oh man, Tyro. I did not even consider that, dude. I did not even consider that. I haven't even tested it, to be fair. I haven't even tested it. Have you tested it? I think, yeah, if that's true, if the flamer adjustment, so one of the other things they did this patch, and what Tyrope is referring to, is they made flamethrowers on the move have a shorter burst duration. So this is for like the newest battle group, the Flame Half Track, Guastatori flamethrowers on the move. All of them got like a reduced burst duration. The vehicles and the infantry alike, but we actually don't know if that applies to the Croc. So if there's any keeners in the comment section that know whether or not it applied to the Croc, that would be good for us to know too. Because yeah, that would have a significant impact in the Croc's potential DPS, because this thing pretty much always needs to be moving because of how slow it is. So that would make a big difference as well. So that's it for Canadian Shock. Now, outside of the niche use of Canadian Shock in a urban setting, in general, okay, I'm just saying this in general, if you apply it to its niche, which is like it's really good in urban settings, I would say it's like an A tier battle group. But in general, I would probably say it's closer to C tier. It doesn't have nearly as much going for it in terms of heavy armor, in terms of general usefulness and effectiveness. Again, if you're playing in urban maps, it's like it's up here. But if you're playing in the open, which most maps are, you know, not very congested, not a lot of buildings, a lot of open ground, you're not going to realize all of the benefits nearly as much. And so for that reason, we're actually going to drop it down to a C. And I'd say the attacking spirit is what's contributing to this the most, because I think it was closer to up here the last time we did one of these. The attacking spirit was a dramatic hit to its effectiveness. And so for those reasons, we're going to drop it all the way down to a C tier. And that brings us to Indian Artillery. My sweet middle child, Indian Artillery. Long forgotten about. Very sad, this battle group. But it does have some bright spots, and we'll talk about them. So, starting out on the left-hand side, we've got, at 1 CP, we've got Warcry and Valor. Warcry, between the last patch and now, or the last video I did on this and now, Warcry has seen some significant changes that have led to, let's just say, their buffs. Basically, there were bug fixes that they did to Warcry, but it turned out to be basically buffs to make all of your infantry get some of these bonuses, making them more effective. Now, the duration is much shorter and the cost is lower than it used to be, but the bonuses are still like very strong. So this is a great ability to use in the early game for chasing down kills, for doing, you know, early all-in attacks. Whereas before, this was kind of like a funny, like slightly very similar version of the Assault Flares ability, except that, you know, it could only do the infantry bonuses and no flares. But now, you know, they've kind of adjusted it so that, you know, it's a shorter ability, but it still provides a lot of those offensive bonuses. This is quite good, especially with Thompson Gurkhas now. Now, Valor, if you're not planning on spamming Warcry and using a lot of munitions on that, you're saving munitions for bigger and brighter things. Valor is a great kind of a passive choice, which gives you the damage reduction bonuses and is going to help with your infantry survivability as they drop models. I'm still not a huge fan of abilities that require you to drop models to get value out of them. But this is one of those ones where like you are going to get the value because it's going to stack a lot usually with like your retreat bonuses, or it's going to tilt close engagements slightly more in your favor. So this can be good for those purposes, but I tend to prefer Warcry personally. That brings us to Gurkhas. Man, it's so weird to think about how far these guys have come since the game was released. Like, these guys used to be hands down the best infantry unit in the game. And now they're just like they're kind of mediocre, I'm not gonna lie. For their cost, I find them to be a bit expensive for how effective they are. Specifically, the Bren upgraded ones. We've seen a lot of power creep of a lot of the line infantry units and other specialist infantry, and I just don't find the Bren gun to be nearly as compelling as it used to be. I also find that their ability, I.O. Gurkali, has much more synergy with the submachine gun upgrade than the Bren upgrade. And if you layer on top of that Warcry, you have the potential for like 2 very fast, very effective rate of fire and speed bonus abilities on your Gurkhas, which will make them a great assault unit, which, you know, for that reason, I typically go for the submachine guns on them more often. Again, I typically try to use these guys on tighter areas of maps with lots of sight blockers, shot blockers, urban areas, those kinds of things. Or when I'm executing big flanks with the help of Warcry and their ability I.O. Gurkali. These guys' ability to call in the, what is it called? The base artillery, the 25 pounder artillery. Since the nerfs to the Recce package, which I don't know if I'm going to talk about that here, but basically, well, actually, maybe I will a little bit, just for context. So the Recce package was nerfed, I would say, quite a bit in the last patch. The main changes that they made to it were, now you need to stand still to get the vision bonuses that the Recce package previously provided. And you also need to physically throw the projectile to call in the 25 pounder artillery. And that's also limited the effectiveness of the Recce package. I much prefer the Bren gun personally, especially now with the changes to the Recce package, because of the extra firepower. It helps your infantry vet up and scale much faster, cut down your opponent's DPS by dropping models on them more quickly. I could go on, but basically what I'm getting at is the Gurkha section, having one of these allows you to go focus more on Brens in your other infantry squads as opposed to needing a Recce package so that you could call in the 25 pounder. And that is also one of the highlights of this unit. Now, between Pillage and Volunteer Infantry, both of these abilities are great. I tend to find that, like, I usually float a fair bit of munitions, so like Pillage can be a bit overkill as far as I'm concerned. But if you find yourself spamming Warcry like as often as you can, I actually think this cooldown is too long, to be honest. I feel like it should be 2 minutes instead of 3, but that's just me. But Pillage basically being, you know, a passive that allows you to get munitions on infantry kills, well, fuel as well, but I mean, how often do infantry kill vehicles? Not that often, pretty rarely. But anyway, so the munitions that you get from this feeds well into your Warcry and your off-map airburst. I tend to go for Volunteer Infantry more often, not just for the reinforced cost, but honestly, the speed. The reinforced time, like the speed at which you can reinforce, actually is quite noticeable. It allows you to play much more heavily in infantry and have less downtime between your attacks and defenses because of the time that is reduced in terms of reinforcing your troops. So I tend to prefer Volunteer Infantry, but both of these are quite good. They're very solid. Now we've also got the Toad 4.2-inch heavy mortar. I think this also saw some slight changes in the last update. I think this is a great early game support unit. Now, I do think it does get outscaled, especially in a team game setting. Like, you're probably going to get counter barraged by Nebels and like mid and high tier artillery units, and this is probably going to suffer as a result. For that reason, I typically go for, this is actually bugged, but this is, I think it's called Saturation Fire, where it actually gives you extra shells firing from your mortars, your bishops, and most specifically the BL5, which to me is the highlight of this battle group, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. But it gives extra shells in each barrage for all of your units, which is very nice. It also applies to the 25 pounder base howitzer, which again is also very nice. The The off-map airburst barrage. This is a great extra layer of damage to throw on top of areas that you're trying to harass and barrage. I love using it in tandem with the 25 pounder barrage or like a BL5 barrage if I have vision in an area. It just allows you to like decimate infantry and team weapon targets between the standard explosives and the airbursts. Like usually nothing is surviving if you've got both of those coming down on the same position. And finally, we've got your BL5 and Perimeter Monitor. Now, Perimeter Monitor has seen some changes as well. I do think that for its cost, it's probably not worth, like, it's a great deterrent to keep your opponent from pushing into your territory too deeply, because they're going to have shells constantly landing behind them. But again, it's quite expensive for what it does. Now, if you're using pillage, this actually might be a nice choice. But because I'm more of a BL5 player myself, BL5 enjoyer, I tend to go for volunteer infantry again for that reason. And the BL5, my personal favorite, and I think this is what takes this battle group from like one of the lower tiers to like a mid-tier placement. This got some major changes in the last update. Specifically, it's way better. They basically gutted all of the damage resistance that fortifications were getting against this type of howitzer. And so the BL5 is fantastic at tearing down bunkers and other static defenses now. It's probably the best artillery unit in the game for that purpose, simply because it fires a ton of shells, and even more when you apply saturation fire on top of the BL5. And even better, the synergy between the Vet 1 BL5 and the 25 pounder call-in. For those of you that don't know about it, the BL5's Vet 1, what it allows you to do is you can fire the standard barrage at an area, and then when you call in the 25 pounder barrage using Gurkhas or a Recce section or a Dingo or whatever, if the BL5s have Vet 1, they will also fire airburst rounds at the target position along with the 25 pounder, which is like, it's a ton of artillery in an area. And really, really effective. One more tip I would give for this is don't forget team weapon training. Team weapon training also applies to your emplacements, so that's going to allow you to get your BL5 to Vet 1 even faster. And once it gets there, it's going to get some rate of fire bonuses and obviously access to that airburst rounds we just talked about. So very effective unit, probably one of the best howitzers in the game. And so for those reasons, I'm actually going to put Indian in B, sorry. And this might come across as crazy to put it over Canadian, but I actually think between volunteer infantry, between the volume of artillery support that you can provide with this battle group, which is pretty much universally helpful to your teammates, and then how much this allows you to play into infantry and team weapons compared to other battle groups because of the bonuses of volunteer infantry, I think this is actually a pretty solid choice for team games. And so we're putting it in B for that reason, which is really nice to see. I actually think it was quite a bit lower. I was checking my tier list from last time, and I think, yeah, it was in D last time. And I think between the changes they made to Warcry, some of the synergy we're seeing with Gurkha, and then all the buffs that the BL5 has got in the most recent updates, like for me, it's moved up quite a bit. And so it's nice to see it kind of coming up to the position it's settling in. Now, second last, we have the not most recent battle group, but the previous, before the most recent drop, we had the, what the hell is it called? Endure and Defy update. And the Polish Cavalry forces, what are they called? Polish Cavalry Battle Group came with that. These guys remain kings. They are, everything about UK forces in terms of like their weaknesses is covered by the Polish Cavalry Battle Group. So let's get into it. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. And what's crazy is like, I think I put this in S tier last time? Yeah, I did. And I'm going to put it, spoiler alert, I'm just going to put it in S tier now, and I'm going to explain why, okay? I'll explain why. It's going in S tier again, but the nice thing is that it's actually going in S tier for different reasons now. A lot of what was strong about it before remains strong, but now it has other things that are also great in it. So let's talk about what those things are. First, Vengeance. I think I crapped on this ability last time I talked about it, and I was like, wow, it's so expensive. 50 munitions for, a little attack speed buff. Like, what's the big deal? One of the things that I didn't consider is, one, you can use this on teammates units, which is amazing. And two, like, you can really extend the usage of this ability with infantry kills on things like a land mattress, which is just kind of crazy. Like, the attack speed bonus and then stacking it long enough so that you can use it again before it runs out, and I've seen this before, is crazy. You can also kill vehicles. Like, if your land mattress kills like a half track or something, you're getting that much more time layered on top of it. So I've seen some crazy things where like people get like 2 or 3 volleys with Vengeance on a land mattress, which is just bananas. Strategic targets remains very strong. It's a great way to farm munitions on concentrations of enemy forces that you're trying to cut down. You also get, obviously, the bonus of 10% easier to hit, which is great for infantry engagements, especially in the early game. And again, you're farming munitions in addition to getting some utility from this 50 munition ability. It's very easy to get back the munitions that you spend on this ability and then some, and you're still getting combat benefits from it, which is great. That takes us down to the Polish Lancer section. These guys remain ridiculously good. They are anti-everything units. They are incredibly beefy on a per model basis, which makes it difficult to bleed them. And they can cook light vehicles that are caught out of position, in addition to infantry. They are quite effective against infantry. Now, they do have weaknesses to like mass infantry, or, in some cases when they're caught like out of cover, or they drop a model quickly, like they lose a lot of DPS in dropping models. But all of that, like, pushed to the side, these guys remain one of the strongest units in the game by far. Not even, no hesitation about saying that. I love weaving them into two infantry section compositions. Like, getting 1 or 2 of these can be really, really good. And is a great way to deal with a lot of light vehicles from your opponent, given that you have enough support for them. Like, you still need AT guns, you still need vehicles. But these guys are great. They scale fantastically, so they're a really good unit overall. Getting down into the end choices, you have No Man Left Behind. This remains very strong, especially in a small game context. I'd say 1v1 is typically where I'm using this, if I'm using it. The manpower recoup capabilities is really nice. The casualty recovering is also very nice. But Recon Mission remains probably the best recon ability in the game. It takes forever to shoot down. It takes like 45, well, maybe not 40, maybe like 30 seconds to shoot down, which is a super long time for a cheap 50 munition recon ability. The fact that it launches 3 planes and then one of them peels off, you're almost guaranteed to get really great reconnaissance value out of this ability, and it's highly spammable because of how cheap it is. So really, really big fan of recon mission ability, especially in team game context. Over on the rocketry side, we have obviously the Tulip rocket launchers. These things are solid. Nothing really amazing or special to write home about when it comes to the Tulip rocket launchers. I would actually argue this is probably not like the highlight of the battle group. The highlight is pretty much everything else. The Tulips are just like kind of a cherry on top of the nice ice cream sundae that is the rest of this battle group, which we'll talk about. So Tulip rocket launchers, great way to like throw on some additional damage onto your Humber. I still find that these are a little bit unresponsive and kind of janky to use at times. And sometimes there's like an opportunity cost in trying to use it as opposed to just like continuing a chase on an enemy unit. But it is really good for like flushing concentrated units out of cover or deterring them from pushing further if you can get like a good group of units stacked together and land a nice rocket on them. it's a great way to rip away at them and push them out of position sooner than you would otherwise be able to with the Humber or with the Stuart. Now, between Panzerbane rockets and land mattress, I think since the buffs to the land mattress, namely, they fixed the rate of fire that was kind of bugged, I think from, I don't know if it was from team weapon training or if it was Vet 2 or both, but there was a rate of fire bug that was affecting this, and then the fuel cost, in my opinion, was a bit too high at 50. They've since reduced it to 40. These things are fantastic. They're like one of my favorite artillery units. They do a ton of damage to infantry and light vehicles. Great for area denial. And when you get a whole bunch of them, especially in a team game context, like if you can get them around an ammo cache, they can just like, they can continuously fire and just completely decimate areas of the map with infantry, team weapons, and light vehicles. I've lost more Stukas than I would be comfortable admitting to land mattresses. So these things are absolutely no joke when it comes to a rocket artillery unit. And honestly, I think it's really nice that the UK forces can go for these as opposed to having to side tech bishops, which are a hell of a lot more expensive and, in my opinion, less effective at what they do compared to the land mattress. So this is a fantastic unit all around. And again, yeah, synergy we talked about with Vengeance and also with strategic targets. Like if you're ever gonna, if you see a huge concentration of enemy units that you've spotted, as your rockets are coming in, drop strategic targets so you can farm munitions from that engagement. It's a really, really good way to use it. Panzerbane rockets is solid. I find it a bit redundant putting it on, like if you could get these on Crusaders, I actually think we would see a lot more of them. But the fact that you can only get them on Humbers, Stuarts, and Fireflies, on the Firefly, to me personally, they feel a little bit redundant because it's like they already have, the Firefly already has like very high range, very high damage, almost guaranteed to penetrate most Axis vehicles. So the armor reduction seems a little redundant, but yeah, that's a good call out, Tyrope. Good for Stuart versus Stug D to let the AT guns get some extra damage in. That's fair. That is fair. I do think maybe in a 1v1 context, Panzerbane is more suitable if you're not planning on going for a land mattress or rocket artillery. But generally, I feel like land mattress is the better choice most of the time. But this still has a place. This still definitely has a place. What infantry are better in comparison to the Polish Lancer? What's better than the Polish Lancer? Stormtroopers, vetted Panzer Grenadiers, like Panzer Grenadiers that are Vet 2 for the Wehrmacht ones. The new scoped package for DAC Panzer Grenadiers, which we'll talk about later, can be a big problem for Lancers if they're fighting in cover. Those are just a few examples. Jaegers can be problematic when they get to Vet 2 and beyond as well. Yeah, in terms of like generally you want to fight these with your big heavy vehicles, but if you can't do that, there are some infantry options that will do fine against them as well. Finally, at the end of the tree, we've got Decap Strike and the Sherman VC Firefly tank. Decap Strike remains strong as it was the last time we talked about it. The synergy between strategic targets and Decap Strike remains the same. Being able to use strategic targets and then hit them with the Decap Strike and farm a whole bunch of munitions off whatever you hit. I would say if you're planning to go Decap Strike, Panzerbane rockets might also be a better choice. But I will say in general, my games have been leaning more towards Land Mattress and Firefly than Panzerbane rockets and Decap Strike. But yeah, you'll get more damage from the Panzerbane rockets as well, which is really nice. Yeah, the Typhoons, like the Decap Strike, the airstrike is really solid. You can nuke a lot of big vehicles with this. You could spread the damage out over an area, make it difficult to dodge. And with the synergy that you get with Panzerbane rockets, like it allows you to make creative plays with tanks like Crusaders that you might otherwise hesitate to do because of their very low penetration values. So, but honestly, the sauce is in the Firefly. The Firefly, had its mobility increased a little bit, and most importantly, range. The extra range has really changed the game for the Firefly and made it probably the best in class tank destroyer. These are really difficult to dive. They're really difficult to poke. I find in general, like if I'm playing Wehrmacht, for example, the only way that I can really deal with them is if I like dive them with a Panthers, or I catch them at a position with like Martyrs that already have first strike bonus. You really got to pop these things, because if you get into a poking battle with Fireflies, you're almost guaranteed to lose, especially because they have the Vet 1 that increases the repair time after they deal damage to a target. But yeah, the Firefly is in an incredible spot now. It's definitely worth the price tag, as expensive as it is. And I think it just plays in again to the main weakness of UK forces is like not having a heavy tank destroyer in their main roster. And this completely compensates for that. So this battle group overall, for all those reasons, again, great artillery substitute, fantastic airstrikes, reconnaissance, do it all infantry, and then some nice, strong, team-oriented abilities in the early game. Like, this battle group has everything in it. It is by far and away the best choice all around for UK forces in terms of battle groups. So, Polish forces, I know we already put it up there, but just to put it up on screen again, we are going to put them up into the S tier. And finally, I'm sure the moment that most of you have been waiting for, since this is the new version, we have to talk about the new battle group. The Special Service Battle Group. So we'll start with ungentlemanly warfare, and then we'll go across the other side. Starting out with the SSB Commando section. So these guys are interesting. They come in at 1 CP. I actually thought when I saw the trailer that they might be a infiltration unit, which would allow you to call them into buildings, but they don't do that. They come from off map. These guys have a unique ambush bonus. We actually got a hotfix today for these guys because they actually turned out to be bugged. They were getting double the ambush bonus prior to the hotfix, which was making them absolutely nuke units when they were getting the ambush off, but almost completely useless otherwise. So it was kind of a funny last few days that we've had with these guys. In the fix that they just implemented with the hotfix, they did increase the SSB section's ambush capabilities to be closer to the performance that we were seeing in the bugged version, but not quite there. So they still have a very, very strong ambush bonus, but it's not quite what it was prior to this hotfix. These guys, like the definition of glass cannon, these guys get nuked quickly. And understandably, you know, that's part of the reason why they're given their special smoke bomb ability. I'm actually going to crack open. Can I crack open the unit card here? It's not going to allow me to click on it. Just give me a second. Let's get that open here. SSB. No. Oh, it's because we're filtering for. There we go. So this unit. You can see 110 hit points, 3-man squad, relatively squishy. For when they come out, they're still quite effective. Now, this concealment bonus, you can ignore this. This is like the old version. Now they have the Lewis bomb, which has incredible synergy with Havoc. We'll talk about that later on. Scorched Earth. This is probably one of the strongest parts of the battle group, and makes them really strong in some uses in a 1v1 setting. I'm still feeling it out myself. Honestly, this might be the last battle group that I do a battle group how-to video for, because to be honest with you guys, like, I get the feeling that the skill cap for these guys is insanely high, but the floor is also insanely low. And I've been having a lot of trouble figuring out how to make them work most effectively. Now, all that to say, even if you look at the rest of the battle group, and I'll go back to it over here, the rest of the battle group is mostly early game focused. There's a lot of like early game augments, early game abilities. They did make some efforts to, you know, give them some late game options, which we'll talk about later. But overall, I found that like the usefulness of this battle group is tied up in SSB commandos, dead drops, and havoc. And I'll talk about why shortly. So SSBs, we kind of talked about. These guys, they start very glass cannon. Now, once you get best of the worst, these guys get quite a bit more scary. They get quite a bit more usable as just like a standard like line infantry substitute, and really, really good at like what the having the opportunity to try to like wipe enemy units, catch them out of position. You can get more aggressive with like your havoc plays too if you try to hit the vehicles with Lewis bombs, and go for deep strikes with the territory raid ability. What the hell is that called? Scorched Earth. But in the early game, these guys are pretty hard to use. You need to make sure you get ambush bonus off. If you're not going to get an ambush bonus off, don't even bother. Don't even bother using them, because they're not worth it if you can't get the ambush bonus. So they require a lot of micro, similar to commandos from Air and Sea battle group, but they're a lot less forgiving because they only have 3 men until you get the upgrade later on from best of the worst, if you're going for that choice. Now, moving on to the next 2 options, we've got dead drops at 1 CP and Operation Thunderclap. Talking about dead drops first, I think this is another example of like a highly underutilized and underrated ability. So you can place these anywhere on the map, including in enemy territory. They are concealed structures, meaning they need to have detectors, or your opponent needs to get really close to them in order to detect them. And the beautiful thing about these is like you can place them anywhere on the map for 50 munitions. They don't need to be constructed by a unit. And they allow you to heal, reinforce, and repair from that structure by consuming a charge, which doesn't actually have a cost. You accumulate charges over time. I don't see nearly enough of these. Guys, the synergy between like the heal and repair ability that you get from this, as well as like having a temporary substitute to like a frontline medical truck or something using a dead drop, is really nice. And you can also place them deep in enemy territory, which allows you to keep your forces kind of like stacked up to the top so that you don't have to consistently retreat units as often by using the dead drop charges. Guys, being able to do things like repair a bunch of vehicles with a dead drop is really nice, and it's going to save you a ton of downtime that you would have otherwise spent trying to repair your vehicles with sappers. These things can be placed, I think it's 1 per territory, so you can place them pretty close together, but like as long as they're in different actual territories, they're really helpful. And yeah, the healing effects on team weapons, frontline infantry units, and vehicles, this is, in my opinion, the second best thing about this battle group is the dead drops. And the fact that you can also use them to benefit your teammates. Obviously, it just requires a bit of coordination to do that. This is not to be overlooked, I think. And relatively low cooldown, too. I was going to point this out. There's a low cooldown on building these. Adjacent, a lot less exciting. We have Operation Thunderclap. My main gripe about this ability is it takes an eternity to come in. Like, it takes way too long to come in. Because it launches the flares. Now, if it was like, you know, if there was no warning or there was less warning, I might feel a little bit different about this ability. But when it lands, it's actually quite good, especially against AT guns. Like, if you can drop this on AT guns when you're doing an attack, there's a good chance that the AT guns are going to miss their targets. But the thing is, like, this ability is actually really hard to hit. There's a huge delay in when this comes in. So I haven't been picking it for that reason. I would like to see like the time on target maybe be slightly decreased so that it comes in a little bit faster. That might make it a little bit more interesting of a choice than dead drops. But Today, I'm primarily using dead drops. Now that takes us down to the two options at the bottom. We've got Best of the Worst, which is a passive / utility upgrade. This gives upgrade options to the SSB commandos. It allows them to upgrade to 5 men instead of 3. I believe they keep the 1 Vickers K and they get 2 more guys with Thompsons. But the Thompson profile of the SSB, I was going to show that. Maybe I should. I just want to show you guys the difference between the SSBs and the commandos. You'll notice the DPS profile on SSBs is quite a bit more dispersed than the here. Actually, let's give a true representation. Vickers K. Yes, this is the SSB one. So you can see like they actually have a very good long range damage profile compared to something like the commandos. Now, when you get 2 more of them from Best of the Worst, it actually takes them almost to on par, and you can see their long range damage and mid range damage is still also very solid. Let's compare like here, we'll do like a rifleman with bars here for comparison. Right, so you're still getting like a ton of firepower packed into this unit. And again, this is without the ambush bonus. So these guys might be the best generalist infantry in the late game that there exists. And largely because of the ambush bonus. The ambush bonus is still required in order to get like the best benefit out of them. But that really is the highlight of the entire battle group, in my opinion, is like these guys, when you get the squad size upgrade, they become the best, strongest infantry in the game by far. There isn't a lot else going for this battle group in the late game, but we'll talk about some of the other options here too. Now, there is also an advanced spotting gear that goes onto the SSB sniper, so we'll talk about that when we get over there. Let's talk about directed air support. So, directed air support, you can see basically how it works. You select an infantry unit. It calls in an airstrike on everything that enters the radius of that infantry unit. My main complaint about this is twofold. One, the planes can be pretty easily dodged if your opponent is moving. If your opponent's moving, the planes they'll just like strafe the ground behind them, which kind of takes away a lot of the effectiveness of the ability potentially. The other thing is that the radius is really small. So it's very possible, and you know, as I've played with this more, I've seen it from my opponent, like they really just focus down whatever infantry unit is trying to coordinate the air support and threaten to wipe it. And that can make it really difficult to pull this off. Now, I think the idea is like you try to use this with SSBs and you go behind enemy lines and you kind of stay camoed and you use directed air support to like tag units from cloak. But it requires an incredible amount of micro and planning and all this stuff, all these conditions that aren't really possible to manufacture in order to pull it off. And so I would say the main problem with this is probably the radius. If it was a slightly bigger radius, then I feel like it would be more consistently useful. But I've had a lot of trouble using this ability the more that I've played, because like after the initial learning curve of, you know, your opponents being like, oh, that's what that ability does, everybody kind of starts to figure out how to deal with this. And it becomes difficult to use later on. So I tend to go for Best of the Worst more often than not for the bonuses on the SSBs. And again, that's the other risk here is like, you know, if you're going deep behind enemy lines with a 3-man SSB squad, there's a really good chance they're going to get wiped if you don't cue that smoke teleport ability that they have very quickly. What is it called? Scarper? Or Evasion. It's called Evasion. Oh, this is the it's the LRDG ability. Yeah, the Evasion ability. If you don't cue this up quickly, like it's very easy to lose your guys and have them get wiped. So I tend to pick Best of the Worst for the extra durability. Firepower on the SSBs. It's definitely worthwhile. Now on the other side, we've got the 30 CWT LRDG truck. You can see this allows the truck to be produced from the platoon command post. It's a transport armed with a heavy machine gun as well as 2 frontal machine guns. It can also transport enemy units, and it's the first vehicle in the game that can retreat using the Scarper ability. This thing, I had mixed feelings about this at the beginning, but the more I use it, the more I like it. To me, it feels like it has more consistent damage than a Humber. The ability to transport squads allows you to do some really interesting things in the early game with like a boys AT squad, for example. Boys AT squad with the LRDG, you can literally just like run down and 1v1 a flak Vierling, which like that's an unimaginable idea. If you're playing with like a Humber, it's just like that almost never happens. So personally, like I've really enjoyed I go LRDG and then I'll get an SSB and then I'll go for Stuart, usually to kind of help with the mid game. And that is the main weakness of going for the LRDG, I find, is like you don't really have a good mid game answer once your opponent gets enough units out to protect something like a flak Vierling. But you can apply some incredible pressure with the LRDG. You can do a ton of anti-infantry damage. The 2-pounder upgrade is okay, but I tend to prefer to keep it with the standard version of the truck because the machine guns do so much damage compared to, well, obviously the downgraded version when you don't get the Vickers in the back anymore. So I don't mind this unit. I think it's quite good. I think it's really important to get it out as early as possible to maximize the shock value. Be really aggressive with it, you know, and experiment with the Scarper ability to get away from tight situations. But overall, like, my opinion of this went from like, it's to like, it's actually pretty good. It's actually quite good. And there's definitely a place for it in the early game US or UK roster. All right. It takes less damage on retreat. Cool. I actually didn't know that. That is a very good insight. Very good to know. Moving on to the next steps here with next spots in the tree. We've got Ultra. We've got SSB Sniper. I'm gonna be honest. As much as I love the SSB Sniper as a unit, it's got a very cool design. It's got cool abilities. The upgrade that you can get with the advanced spotting gear is pretty good. This unit is not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm going to be honest. Like, in any situation that I can get a sniper, I would almost always rather get another SSB Commando. Just due to the nature of like how fragile it is, how much damage you can actually inflict over a long game compared to like, an SSB Commando with ambush, you can wipe a squad if your opponent's not paying attention in like a few seconds. This guy, he's chipping away at a model like every, I don't know, 12, 15 seconds. Like, it's just not very good. It's not worth it. It's not worth 320 manpower. It's not worth the opportunity cost of filling and spending this manpower on something else, like another commando. It's just not worth it. So that's my take. That's my honest take on the SSB Sniper. It's very cool, but not very useful. And that's just the nature of most snipers in the game. It's hard to deal a meaningful amount of economic damage to your opponent to make the sniper pay itself off and be worth it. But I gotta say, like, I have to admire their effort. Like, they tried really hard to make this a good unit that's worth it. But even with the spotting gear, even with, all the abilities and stuff on this unit, it's just not worth it. I'm typically picking Ultra. It's a very cheap recon ability. But honestly, nothing in this tree is, like, super interesting. Last but not least, we have Desert Raiders, and we have yours truly in the end of the right-hand tree. So Desert Raiders, you get munitions from killing infantry and vehicles. Using your vehicles, of course, that's the important disclaimer. You need to use vehicles to kill these things. I think the idea is that this synergizes if you're selecting with, this synergizes with directed air support if you're selecting that, because maybe you have a more of a focus on vehicles than on commandos. And in that case, it makes a ton of sense. Someone in chat mentioned like using directed air support on guard squads is a great idea because guards are really beefy, and I definitely agree with that. It also has great synergy with their stun that the guards have, but it requires a lot of setup and it takes a lot to pull off, same as we said before. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good passive. And obviously vehicles being able to decap enemy territory, that can be super annoying, especially if you're playing a 1v1. Great way to apply a lot of pressure in a 1v1 context to your opponents using Desert Raiders. Now, Havoc. This is, to me, like the whole battle group basically exists in SSBs, LRDG, Dead Drops, Best of the Worst, and Havoc. This adds a ton of utility to the Lewis Bomb, and Scorched Earth takes 50% less time to cast and 50% more time to repair. I've been able to pull off some pretty crazy, like, frustrating my opponent's backline supply points, shutting down VPs in critical moments, that kind of thing, using this ability. And for me, it's definitely one of the highlights of the battle group. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of this ability. This is generally my go-to choice because I tend to prefer to play with SSBs that have Best of the Worst on them. So all in all, I would say like this battle group comes with, you got Dead Drops, like that's a good area of effect heal for your guys. But generally speaking, like this battle group, it really only exists in the usage of SSBs. The truck you're gonna lose inevitably. Like it's a high risk, high reward unit, and you could do some great damage with it and lose it. That's completely fine. But the value of this battle group is really in the SSBs themselves, in Dead Drop's ability to upkeep on your vehicles in the late game, and these guys just being like the best infantry in the game, being able to shut down territory points with Scorched Earth. Sticky satchels through the Lewis Bomb that they can use out of stealth is really nice as well for ambushes. This unit is really the whole battle group in my opinion when it comes down to it, which is fine. It's the special service battle group for that reason. So yeah, overall, like I talked about earlier, like this is probably gonna be the last battle group I make a how-to guide for because I'm still figuring them out after a lot of effort. Like, guys, I've played tons of games with these guys, and I've lost so much. Like, I have not to toot my own horn too much, but like, normally I feel like I'm the guy that can figure things out and how to make them work pretty quickly. I am struggling with this battle group. And I don't think it's for a lack of strength. I really just think it's like a skill ceiling and execution thing that I really just need to continue to massage it out and feel out what I need to do to make this battle group most effective. So with that, SSB battle group, I'm actually going to put them... Oof, this feels so Pepega, but I actually do think that they're probably more useful in general than the Canadian battle group because of how strong the commandos get in the late game. I'm going to put them in B tier. Because they definitely have a place. They're not an obvious, like, best in class contender for everything like Polish are, but they have a place. They probably can be S tier, especially by like, dude, best player in the world that knows how to use this battle group in a 1v1 or 2v2 context, or maybe mostly 1v1, this is probably an S tier battle group, no doubt. But generally speaking, for your average player in a team game context, like, it's okay. It's nothing to write home about, I would say. So that does it for UK forces. We are an hour and a half in, and we have 3 more factions to go through. Sorry if that was long-winded, but I'm just gonna get a drink and then we'll get into US. All right, so moving on to US forces. Probably move a little bit quicker now. A lot of familiar territory. Obviously, we'll slow down at the French here, which are kind of in the middle. But yeah, let's jump into it. So moving over to US forces. We'll start with Airborne Battle Group. So some updates to Airborne. Smoke bombing run comes in much quicker than it used to, and this was my main gripe about this this ability, is that it took too long to arrive on the field. Now it's much quicker, and this can be great for like screening an attack, protecting a unit on retreat. You can use this in ways that you couldn't before because the call-in time was too long. So really happy about that change. We also saw some upgrades to and updates to Pathfinders. Their upkeep cost, their reinforcement cost were all reduced. So big buffs for the Pathfinder squads. And then of course we've got, oh, I actually jumped over. I should have stayed over here. So Recon Loiter remains, you know, one of the more consistent abilities. Not as good as the Polish Loiter by far, because it only launches one plane. That's a lot easier to shoot down than the Polish Loiter, which has 3. Moving further down, when we look at supply drops, this is easily one of the best support abilities for this battle group and for your frontline teammates. Being able to drop medical crates that heal out of combat. Actually, my main complaint about the medical crates is I wish that they would last a little bit longer, so that, you know, you can collect them, go into an engagement, and then have the medical supplies last beyond that engagement. I think that would make the supply drop a little bit more valuable, but that's just me. The munitions is fantastic. It feeds into your late game abilities. It also feeds into air support center if you're choosing to use that. I personally tend to use a lot of mechanized with this battle group. It's a great battle group for trying to skip into US late tier armor because of all of the units on this side of the tree, which we'll talk about in a second. The rocket stripe remains strong. However, I will say it was significantly nerfed for 2 reasons. One is it can no longer do rear armor damage. They nerfed a lot of the strafes to take away the extra rear armor damage that they could do, because it allowed them to like nuke the big tanks very quickly. But honestly, the changes that they made to targeting strafes and other abilities like that, like I talked about earlier, it also kind of indirectly nerfed the P-47 strike, because you used to be able to call it in from behind the opponent, and now it's really difficult to do that. You really have to instead predict where the opponent is going and have it go from where you can see it to back behind it, as opposed to coming in, you know, calling it in on the middle and have the strikes come in from behind and get that bonus damage on the rear armor. So I'm still seeing this thing do like a ton of damage to the big cats, but it's not nuking them quite like it was in the previous patch. So still good, but not as good. Carpet bombing run. I love this ability. I also think it's a great go button for your team. It's great in tandem with the Recon Loiter, because you can kind of use the Recon Loiter to mask the usage of this ability on the minimap. The biggest tell for these abilities usually is like players can see them come in on the minimap. They see the lines. And now it's kind of blocked by the Recon Loiter, because they both create like a red hue on your minimap that makes it harder to see. So using the Recon Loiter with your carpet bomb is great. Using it to cut off your opponent's retreat path or dismantle enemy fortifications or defenses are both great uses of the carpet bombing run. My personal favorite is the former, where I use it to cut off my opponent's retreat and force them to basically stand and fight, which, you know, if I've done my reconnaissance correctly and I, you know, can conduct the attack the way that I plan, usually works out pretty well for me. So strong abilities on the aerial support side. When we look at paradropped infantry, HMG Paradrop remains pretty solid at providing a good frontline presence and tempo in the early game, especially in team games. But Pathfinders are actually now a worthwhile choice as well, between their rifle grenades, the combat scaling that they get, the out of combat heal, the utility from smoke rifle grenades, and flares that they can fire are also very good. I think in my last video I mainly recommended HMG, but it's really a matter of preference, I think, between these two. Paratroopers, not a lot new to say about them. They're still very solid between the upgrades that they have, the LMGs and the bazookas. I tend to like to get one of each. I think previously I might have suggested getting 2 LMGs and 1 Zook, or maybe I didn't say anything about Zooks. But the Zooks I've really come around to because of the third one that they added in to the bazooka package. And the LMGs are just very solid once, especially once you get the squad to Vet 2. They're very great. They're great at holding down points defensively because of their, what's this ability called? Season Hold, which gives them damage reduction on a territory point. And you layer that on the damage reduction they get at Vet 2. They become very beefy on territory points. So really, really great defensive units. And then finally, of course, the AT gun Paradrop. And this is really the unit that allows you to basically tack skip all the way from your weapon support center into tier 4. Now, I will say, like, on open maps, it could be harder to pull this off. Part of what will help you with that is selecting Paradrop reinforcements. I don't see this a lot, and it could be because, like, flak units are pretty pervasive, but you can still get some pretty solid value out of Paradrop reinforcements. I tend to use this more defensively than offensively, mostly because when you look at the Paradropped infantry, most of these units are not really offensive units. They're more defensive units. So really the way that you want to think about using this battle group is, like, you use early half tracks from your tier 2 to get position, to get, you know, basically put yourself in a position to hunker down. And then between your Paradropped infantry and Paradrop reinforcements, that can help you on, like, long maps that are much more vehicle focused in general to drag out engagements and make your opponent think twice about doing an all-in on you. And that allows you to stall your way into your late game tanks from tier 4. So it could be your upgun Shermans, it could be Hellcats, whatever the case is. And I think part of the reason I like MSC so much is because obviously if you're rushing tier 4, there's some great bonuses from the Mechanized Support Center that will benefit the armor that you're building quickly as well. So Airborne, overall, strong battle group. One of the better ones, I would argue, for team games for US side. And it's really nice that it can operate almost completely independently of barracks and motor pool, which is rare for any of the other battle groups. It's like almost impossible to get around those two structures without losing too much in the early and mid game. So for that reason, I'm going to put Airborne up in the A tier. Generally speaking, I think this battle group probably underrated and underutilized at the moment, largely because of the hype of the French, but still, like, a very solid all-around battle group. Great support, great late game abilities, strong Paradropped infantry, more defensive oriented than maybe we're used to seeing from most of the other US roster and basically how riflemen perform, but still solid nonetheless. Moving on, that takes us to Armored Battle Group. This one's in an interesting place. Not much different happening with it compared to before. I will say, like, there was a pretty significant nerf for Armored Battle Group in the EZ8's performance against infantry was cut down quite a bit to match the 76mm. I don't necessarily agree that that was the right move by Relic. Obviously, you know, I could disagree. It's my opinion. But really the only difference now between the 76 mils and the EZ8 is the health pool, the moving accuracy, and access to HVAP. I did kind of like that the EZ8 was like a premium do-it-all medium tank. but it's kind of since lost some of the anti-infantry lethality. Now, maybe there's good reason for that, and I wasn't seeing how it was being blobbed or spammed, and almost impossible to counter in some cases. But I was a little surprised to see this one get nerfed the way that it did. Now, backing up a little bit. Obviously, we've got assault engineers. These guys are great because they get the extra man, the extra firepower, and the extra repair speed, which is awesome. Field repairs. This is a great ability, and I think highly underutilized. You can see how quickly and how long it lasts. You can, see, it lasts for 20 seconds. You can repair out of combat, but it's disabled during combat. But great way to keep your vehicle topped up if you didn't go for assault engineers. And you can also use it on teammates, which is really nice. I've seen some really smart plays from guys who they see a friendly Matilda that's engine damage and reversing through smoke. And so he's technically out of combat, but they can't get repairs to it quickly. They drop this ability on it to help their teammate get back in the fight, repair the vehicle up quickly so they can get back in and not risk losing it to, an enemy diving them or something like that. Veteran crews is pretty self-explanatory. The free vet one is really nice on all vehicles. And then, of course, you've got the recovery vehicle and the Scott. I feel like the recovery vehicle has lost a lot of its incentive because now salvage is available inside the Mechanized Support Center for U.S. forces. I almost don't think it's worth it to spend so much on a unit. I also think 300 manpower is way too much for a support unit in this category. I think 200 or 250 would make a lot more sense. And the Scott is okay. I think as far as SPGs go, I much prefer the CO2 Scott. This one, I feel like the range is too short. They tried to make it into some kind of pseudo medium, or I guess medium/light artillery unit, and it just doesn't feel right in that category. You can make some interesting plays with the white phosphorus that you can get from this tank, but it's very squishy, and outside of the barrage ability, the auto fire range is very short, so it can be hard to use in team games where long range AT weapons are pretty pervasive. So neither of these are super exciting. On the other side, you've got strength and steel, which is great. It's probably one of the highlights of the battle group. Fast deploy, much more suitable for a 1v1 context where the timing and tempo of vehicles is a lot more important. But strength and steel, really good if you've got a vehicle heavy composition in the late game. You've got Seek and Destroy as well, which is great for doing your all-in attacks with your Hellcats and stuff, almost guaranteeing that you're not going to miss and that you're going to be able to keep pace with whatever target you're focused on. And then, of course, you have War Machine. Again, I think really to me, what this says most of the time is you're usually going to go heavy on the Hellcats. Between Strength and Steel and War Machine, you make them really cheap to churn out, to produce, to replace. The Easy 8, generally, honestly, I just don't really think it's worth it anymore since they nerfed it as much as they did. So, yeah. So, overall, Armor Battle Group, honestly, nothing too special in here. Not a lot of support offered to teammates, not a lot of utility, not a lot of great late game abilities. Still very strong in a 1v1 context between assault engineers. The Scott can be quite useful as a call-in unit in 1v1s as well. And War Machine is not to be underrated. Being able to build your vehicles at a cheaper manpower cost, this is really a economy focused heavy a heavy economy focused battle group. And also being able to get Vet 1 on Hellcats or other units quickly allows you to help with your veterancy scaling pretty significantly throughout the game. So there is some strong stuff in here, but honestly, I don't really feel like it applies to team games so much. So for specifically a team game context, I'm probably going to put this one in the C tier. Because again, really quite niche. Not a lot of useful units or anything specifically basically, I feel like, you know, if you're picking armor battle group, like you could have picked pretty much anything else and been just as well. The only boon that you're getting from armor battle group is like some of the manpower economy bonuses from strength and steel and what's it called? Blanking war machine. Sorry about that. War machine. Whoa, and that takes us to our newest boys, our baguette battle group, the Free French. So, the Free French, I actually might drop my battle group how-to in the description here, but these guys are really interesting. I think they're they're probably the most underrated battle group that I've seen in the update. Just like how people are talking about them online, like people are saying how bad they are. That's like all I'm seeing about the Free French, and I just like couldn't really disagree more. I think they are really strong. There's a few standout things that make them strong, and I'll talk about what they are, and it's a little bit counterintuitive, like the things that I'm going to talk about. But yeah, I would say like they have some really, really bright spots, and they're not quite what maybe you would expect. So let's get into it. Left side first, we'll do methodical battle doctrine. We've got the French rifle section. This is, what is this? Is this the first? This might be the first 0 CP US mainline replacement. I think it is. Which is nice. It's really nice to finally have one of these. I love these guys. I think they're very solid. They are basically a slightly better infantry section, hence their cost at 270 manpower, which I actually think might be a little expensive, but it remains to be seen. I'm going to play with them a little bit more. So they're basically a infantry section, but the US equivalent, and with the what is it called? Steady aim, steady fire, the ability. I'll find out what it is here in a second. I'll show you guys the DPS profile actually, them, just so you can kind of see the French versus a standard infantry section, which is called a Tommy in this editor, which is kind of funny. So you can see the Tommy actually looks better on paper. But when you click into the Free French section, they have a passive bonus called Stabilized Shooting, which means after remaining stationary for 2 seconds in cover, in garrisons or near Terrell, the unit gains 20% attack speed. So in order to properly reflect that, I'm actually going to create a custom configuration here. We're going to increase their attack speed by 20%. And now you can see it actually pushes them above infantry sections, which is really, really nice. And I think kind of justifies their cost a little bit. But these guys are a very capable, very solid infantry section. I think the mistake that I see from a lot of players is they try to use them like riflemen, which are just not at all the same. Riflemen are much beefier guys, much better at close range. And you can see like they have a much bigger fall off on their long range damage. But the French sections don't have that. They can sit very comfortably at max range and be very good at dealing damage to whatever is in their way. The rifles, obviously, they have a lot more health effectively for their cost. So I think that's like the main breakdown that I'm seeing of people's perception of the Free French units. These guys are great. Like, don't misunderstand. You just need to make sure that you're using them at long range. And that you're getting a good amount of them out before you get out, you know, your other units, your vehicles, whatever. Like, you need enough units to deter your opponent from just walking into you. And that can be pretty tough to do if you don't have enough of them. So, going back here, they have some really nice upgrades. Engineering package allows them to repair vehicles and construct defenses. They are, for all intents and purposes, an engineer. The only things they're missing are access to the engineer upgrades, which are the minesweeper and the flamethrower. And then, of course, we also have the M42, the new French light machine gun, which is very solid. I think it's similar to the bar. Maybe I should actually put it up here side by side so we can see. We'll compare the what is it, M24? Yeah, there we go. To the bar. You can see here the bar, much better short range DPS profile. Well, not much better, but what is that, 10%? A little bit more. But the Chattel has better long range profile, and quietly, shh, don't let them know, it actually has better penetration. Oh wait, did they ninja nerf it? Oh my god. Oh no, they nerfed it. No. I'm 100% sure this was different before. Because I remember saying the 1919 got nerfed too. Dude, these weapons, this is a ninja nerf. These weapons had 2.2 penetration last patch. I am 100% sure. Now, they still have the same. It's still 1.75, and the bar is 1.33. But they were definitely 2.2. And they got reduced. That's very interesting. Very quiet. That was not listed in the notes. But either way, you can see they actually have the same penetration. Difference is the Chattel can be shot on the move. You can see it has a lower accuracy multiplier, but the burst is the same. Is the burst the same for the bar? Yeah, it is. So yeah, basically for all intents and purposes, it's a bar that's better at long range. That's the main thing about the Chattel. And of course, it doesn't actually require a fuel cost, which can be really nice as well if you're not like, you need a weapon upgrade for your riflemen or your French rifles, but you don't want to invest the fuel in bars. The Chattel is a fantastic substitute for those situations. So very, very good LMG. And you have access to that by default on the French rifles, or you can get it on all rifle units with the New Blood ability here. So that takes us to the next part, New Blood versus Old Guard. New Blood allows you to upgrade a second M24 Chattel machine gun, LMG. It replaces your frag grenade with the F1 grenade assault ability, which is basically, it's like 5 or 6 grenades instead of 1, which is really, really nice, especially for riflemen. And that's the main difference between New Blood and Standard. So the Chattel becomes available for all your units, and you have a grenade assault ability. Old Guard allows your French rifles and your riflemen to upgrade with the 1919 light machine gun. This is an okay weapon. I think obviously the Chattel is better. This LMG cannot be fired on the move, but it has about the same long range damage as the Chattel at a little bit of a cheaper cost. So not a bad choice if you're planning on playing much more defensively with your French rifles or your standard riflemen. I actually like to use riflemen more if I'm planning to use Old Guard because of the extra durability that they get. Compared to French rifles. But French rifles have more DPS, standard rifles have more durability. That's the main difference between the two. So additionally, they can construct defenses, and they get an additional damage reduction bonus on retreat, which makes them harder to wipe. And I've really seen this come into play a lot. Like, I've been able to land bundle grenades on retreating squads that would normally kill them, but aren't able to because of the damage reduction. You're able to avoid getting wiped by artillery a lot more. So this damage reduction bonus is not like, it's nothing to scoff at. It's actually, it makes quite a difference. Compared to maybe what we would expect from a small number like 15%. Yeah, rifles can build defenses on Old Guard too. I did mention that. Yeah, both French rifles and rifles can build field defenses, which is great. You can lay sandbags, you can create the Maginot line defenses, you can lay wire. All that stuff can be done with the French rifles and standard rifleman infantry. Moving down to the bottom tier abilities, we have Defiance and we have Railway Artillery. Nice thing about Defiance is it gives 50% rate of fire, 25% damage reduction for 30 seconds. It can be used on both both your own units and friendly units. The only thing is, and I actually messed this up in my free French guide, I thought you couldn't use it on teammates, but my mistake was that I was trying to use it on teammates units that were not in friendly territory. So that was my mistake. but you can, in fact, use this ability on teammates' units as well. This can be incredible on something like a 17-pounder or an AT gun that you're trying to secure a kill with or just get higher rate of fire out of. Can be used on any friendly unit as long as it's in friendly territory. This is a very powerful ability. But I will say it pales in comparison to railway artillery. This is the de facto premium off-map ability, I think. It drops 3 shells, and these shells will absolutely decimate anything they land on. They do 1,000 damage, which means they can one-shot enemy tanks that they land on top of. The scatter is pretty unpredictable, which is great for dropping into an area and making your enemy really insecure about where to position around that space. And is obviously a fantastic way to dislodge static defenses from your opponent as well. So destroying things like artillery guns in the back line, or bunker emplacements, whatever the case is, railway artillery will get the job done. One of the things I've noticed is that the first shell typically lands very close to the targeting reticle, and the remaining 2 scatter outwards from that. So you can expect it to be fairly consistent on the first shell, and then the second ones, there's really no telling where they're going to land. Now, moving over to defense in depth, and this is where I think the battle group really starts to shine, but not for the reasons that you might expect. So we've got boundary lockdown, which is designate a friendly territory point. You get extra construction speed around that territory point, and it can't be decaptured when you have friendly infantry or structures within a range. It's a shame. I'm actually going to put a first-person video up because I was going to cast a replay, but our replays all got nuked by the hotfix. I had an hour-long game against Orange Pest in a 1v1 where he used this, and he used this fantastically on a map with a historically very devious cutoff. But because of the way that he used boundary lockdown, he was able to secure his cutoff and his income much more consistently against my Siegebreaker battle group. Anyway, so this is pretty good ability, pretty good from a defensive standpoint, but I personally prefer Zone Rouge. This ability is so annoying. So it's 50 munitions. It lays 5 MLE 1936 mines. Now, what you need to know about these mines specifically is that they put infantry into an immediate pinned state, unlike standard mines. Standard mines will put them into a suppressed state first, but these guys will go straight to pinned. And it's really nice because it's a good way to keep your opponent and slow down their ability to capture the territory point that Zone Rouge is laid around. It's important to call out that the mines are laid in a fixed pattern. So the first set of mines that you lay, they're always going to be arrayed around the point in the same way. But if you lay subsequent Zone Rouges on top of each other, then the mines will start to spread out and go into different positions. I love this because it's a great way to help my teammates from across the map. It's a great way to layer defenses and just be super annoying and keep my opponent from taking ground. It's a great way to secure positions like cutoffs that are usually very contentious positions for players to move through. This is probably the best ability in the battle group, in my opinion. And it's very spammable because it's super cheap. You get tons of value from 5 mines. That's only 10 munitions per mine, which is crazy. Yeah, someone in chat said Zone Rouge messes with early DAC half-track 250 blobs. If you find yourself getting run over by 250 half-tracks, let me encourage you to take Zone Rouge and just bait your opponent into a territory point and watch what happens to them. It's a really, really great way to shut down big offensive pushes. Now, that takes us to Maginot Line. It allows the engineers and French rifles to build tourelles, as well as concrete bastions and Belgian gates. Now, concrete bastions, Belgian gates are excellent defensive structures. As soon as the bastions are available, I basically replace all my sandbags with them because they're more durable and they are larger in terms of the cover that they provide. They provide more cover and take less time to construct than like a large sandbag formation. They can also tank more damage than sandbags can, which is really nice. The Belgian gates are good for blocking off area and territory. It's hard to tear them down. They block infantry and vehicles alike, but they don't provide heavy cover like tank traps do, so don't try to use them in that same capacity. More so focus on like trying to funnel your enemy in and block off territory. That's really what the Belgian gates are for. Now, great synergy with boundary lockdown if you're like really trying to lock down an urban area or something that's really congested. This will allow you to do it quickly. But otherwise, I find it's pretty difficult to get the time that I need to lay down the Belgian gates. But the concrete bastions are fantastic at setting up defensive cover for infantry. You'll notice I haven't talked about the Tyrells, and that's on purpose. I have tried to use the Tyrells. They're interesting. They do good damage to infantry, but they're kind of squishy and expensive. They require a lot of attention to keep them topped up on health. And the upgrades that they get are like fine, but again, I just feel like they need some kind of like hull down ability or something to help with their survivability to make them worthwhile, because they're so expensive. And I just don't find it worth spending the fuel on most of the time. I would much sooner just like lay down some Zone Rouge mines, get a half track, like a gun motor carriage half track, 75 mil half track for anti-tank purposes, and then just layer, you know, machine guns and French rifles around a territory point for defenses, then build these Tyrells, honestly. If I build them, they're usually temporary. I don't try to keep them up for, you know, like for the whole game. I don't try to rebuild them. They're usually just a stalling tactic so that I can hold control of an area and prevent an opponent from diving me too aggressively. But I don't find myself building a ton of these, to be honest. I just don't think it's worth it. And that takes me to the last two options. Advanced Tyrells, which increases the capabilities of the Tyrells. Honestly, I'm not going to talk about this because, again, I just don't think the Tyrells are worth it. And you know, the advanced Tyrell upgrades require you to dump even more resources into the Tyrells, and because of how squishy they are, I just don't think it's worth it. But this guy, Big Daddy Char, this is the premium. This is the best medium tank. Sorry, this is the best heavy tank in the game. In terms of survivability, this is the beefiest boy in the game by far, and even more so if you go for Mechanized Support Center improvised armor, because improvised armor also gives a percentage increase to the armor that your vehicles get. And on the Char, man, it really pushes this thing over the line into like borderline impossible to penetrate. I see this thing bounce Tiger rounds, 88 rounds, King Tiger rounds all the time with Vet 2 and improvised armor, man. This thing gets crazy beefy. It has as much frontal armor as the Black Prince, which is like crazy high. I wonder what the KT is. Let's see what the King Tiger is. I wonder if it has more than the King Tiger. King Tiger. Oh, it has the same armor as the King Tiger. And I'll explain how in a second here. So the Char starts with 320, but then at Vet 2, he gets an extra 50 frontal armor, which bumps it to 370. Okay? But when you layer the 25% increase on top of that from improvised armor. No, sorry. 370 times 1.2. 444 armor. Dude, it has more armor than a King Tiger on the front. It's insane. So yeah, this becomes the beefiest boy in the game once it gets Vet 2 with the improvised armor upgrade. which is absolutely insane. Now, do I think it's going to stay like this for a long time? Probably not. Honestly, guys, it's probably going to get nerfed. If you're watching this in like 2 months or not 2 months. If you're watching this in 3 months, it's probably been nerfed since. But in the meantime, this guy is the Giga Boy. He is the mother of all frontliner tanks. And the other nice thing about it is, like, you look at the penetration values on the guns, and like the guns are a joke. Like, they're a complete joke. Look at this. Like, this 75 penetration, dude. Like, super low. But for some reason, I don't know if it's bugged or what's going on, but like, I am consistently punching through tigers, king tigers, panthers with the 75 penetration frontal howitzer. I don't know how. Don't ask me. The math doesn't make sense. But this is what I'm seeing. And then obviously you've got the main cannon on top as well. That's got more penetration, but still not good by any metric. Not good penetration by any metric. This thing duels tanks like it has no business doing, and I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, deflection damage, it gets 30. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. But I guess evidently it's enough to chip away at whatever target it's firing at. It's crazy. Anyway, that's the Char. The Char, to me, between the Char, Zone Rouge, these two abilities, and Railway Artillery, that's where the battle group makes the sauce, man. That's where the good stuff is. And if you watch my free French battle group video, you'll see me go into more detail into how that's applied in games. I'll link that in the description below. But that's it. That's the free French. So the free French, based on everything we talked about, we're going to bop this boy boop up into the A tier. Honestly, guys, I'm tempted to put it up here. Like, and I'm not going to put it up here because Poles is just so much better, but like, it really is that strong. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I'm not trolling. Like, it really is up here. As a matter of fact, like, I almost want to put it in A, and I think I want to bump Airborne down because I feel like French is just better. It's just better than Airborne. But I don't know. They're both pretty good. It's hard to say. I'm a little undecided. We're going to put them next to each other for now. We'll come back to it and see what happens. And unfortunately, after such a big highlight, we're going to drop down to Advanced Infantry Battle Group. This guy, you know, it's in a weird spot. And I'll explain why. So Rangers got kind of buffed, but kind of nerfed at the same time. They took away the speed bonus that was provided by cover to cover for Rangers, which honestly to me was a huge mistake. That was one of their keystone abilities that made them super interesting, was the speed bonus that they got from cover to cover. And now that's gone. And so now they're just kind of like Gamba, like Giga Riflemen in a way, but they're also super expensive. I don't really know what to make of these guys, but in my opinion right now, they're not very good. They're not really worthwhile. Now, the only time I am still using them is if I'm getting to the late game, like late game, with Riflemen that are Vet 3, and the Riflemen are just not standing up against PGs, against Stormtroopers, whatever. And converting them to Rangers at that time when they're already Vet 3 is pretty good. They're actually like, they're good once they get to Vet 3. The struggle is usually getting them there, but once you get them there, they are very solid. For team games, Frontline Medical Station is one of the highlight abilities because you can place it anywhere on the map. You don't have to place it on a territory point. You can put it anywhere. I've found some really creative spots on some maps that I played, like Bignano Gap. Being able to put it up in the top corner behind some of the buildings is really nice, or some of the castle structures. You guys know how valuable Frontline Medical is in team games. It allows you to be a lot more greedy with retreating and reinforcing and healing without giving up too much territory or space to your opponent. Designate assault position, good infantry bonus ability. but not amazing, to be honest. And then the real power comes in, like infantry assault. This off-map ability is still, I think it's absolutely silly, but it is what it is. I still think it's pretty strong. It's great at creating a diversion. It's great at applying pressure to specific positions, to choke points, to cutoffs, to lead the main charge while your rangers, you know, you kind of do the flanking, you do the damage with, while these guys absorb the threat. Infantry assault is one of the better way, and I also like it because I can use it when I'm pop capped to expel some extra power from my my army without spending any more pop cap that I don't have, which can be really nice. I have a replay, maybe I'll put that in the description too, where I won a 2v4 with a teammate. We had 2 AI because 2 of our teammates dropped, but we won a 2v4 largely because A, my teammate played really well, B, because I played really well, and I was able to use infantry assault consistently to match the volume of units that our opponents had. So it was really solid. Anyway, right side of the tree. This is where it gets a little more interesting and better. Artillery observers, put these guys in the trash for team games. Don't even think about them. The real sauce is ammunition storage. The synergy between this and any howitzer type weapon, including SPGs, this is like one of the best support structures in the game because it gives reload speed, rate of fire speed, ability recharge speed to all your artillery units and AT guns if you happen to have those planted nearby. But this is the best support structure in the game and is the highlight of the battle group, I think. The howitzer is also very solid. My main gripe about this is typically it's pretty hard to keep alive to like off maps and stuff like that. But if you can, man, the shock rounds on this howitzer are incredible for disrupting enemy armor and dealing damage to enemy emplacements, shattering enemy infantry because it has a huge blast radius once you get the shock rounds. What exactly are they called again? Charge shells. Here it is. So it increases the area of effect, shocks crew of enemy vehicles upon dealing damage to them. Very, very strong artillery unit. You know, I'm really selling myself on actually moving this up as I talk about it. This is actually, like, I love this battle group. Unfortunately, Rangers right now feel to me to be kind of stupid to use. I really hate the gambling mechanic on their weapon drops. It's not something I'm a fan of. But I love the howitzer. The howitzer is fantastic. The frontline medical station is good. I don't really like this ability, but it's pretty useful as well. Yeah, the howitzer is good. Now, it's not the best US artillery. Honestly, guys, what I would have loved to see is Relic remove Air Support Center because I hate it. I think they've been trying to shoehorn it into the game for way too long. Replace it with some kind of artillery support center that allows you to build this in your base roster and use it. That would be so much better. Or maybe like make it a constructible unit that you can tow around with a half track or something like that. That would be way better. Obviously, that would take a lot of this juice away from this this battle group, but I think that would make it much more interesting. Now, between rapid fire artillery barrage and free fire drills you're almost never going to use in a team game because the range on it is too short, and it forces you to put your artillery unit too close to the front line, and it's very dangerous. The rapid barrage is good because you can call it anywhere on the map. It comes in very quickly, and it pretty much takes out anything that it lands on top of if your opponent doesn't move quickly. So I generally go for rapid artillery barrage, even if I go for howitzer. So that's advanced infantry. Again, I think some bright spots in this battle group, especially with ammunition storage, if you're playing with teammates that are building artillery units like land mattresses, BL5s, like all that stuff really benefits from the ammo storage. And sometimes the battle group can be worth it just for that, the medical tent, and infantry assault. Disregard howitzers, disregard rangers. It can still be very useful just for those 3 things alone. So for that reason, I'm actually going to put it up in the B tier, as this is actually one of my go-tos when I play team games. I have a lot of fun with it, and I think it's got some solid utility. So I'm actually a pretty big fan. Moving along to Partisans. Partisans, boy, these guys have been on a roller coaster since we last talked about them. So a lot of changes have been made to Partisans over the last few patches. They have been nerfed, arguably gutted in the last patch, 2.3. And then in 2.4, they got some significant buffs and adjustments to a few abilities that we're going to talk about. So obviously we have the tunnel network. Nothing has really changed in this capacity. They did decrease the cooldown on the usage of the tunnel for units from 25 seconds to 20. I believe when I made my first video, it was like, I don't know, it was some ridiculous number. It was like 8 seconds or 12 seconds or something like that. But now it's not quite as unforgiving as it was. Moving into the second tier, this is where it starts to get interesting. We've got smuggling routes and OSS coordination. I like OSS coordination better because it allows you to use your hideouts as retreat points, which can be really important on big team game maps, because it cuts down a lot of the time that you would spend traversing back and forth between the front line and the back line. But smuggling routes can be good too. I think it's actually better generally in a 1v1 context. But can be good if you can get some... And actually, I should probably call this out. This is one of the few battle groups that actually has great synergy with Air Support Center, because the recon run allows you to put down some of those really nice auto-build tunnels in enemy territory, and that's where you could get some sneaky retreat points or smuggling routes. And more importantly, later on, medical caches, which we'll talk about now. So medical caches got a major buff in the last patch. They increased the health restored by, I think, 1.6. Yeah, it's 1.6. It's become 50% stronger than all of the other standard healing options in the game, which is insane. And it heals infantry in tunnel influence out of combat. You guys know how big tunnel influence is? It's like 4 times the size of your screen. It's huge. If you put down like 4 or 5 tunnels, you basically cover the entire front line for your team. And out of combat healing is... I talked about this in my DAC Elite Forces video. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. I'll put it in the description. Out of combat healing has an insane snowball effect for infantry. You know, not being able, think of it this way, like your teammates not having to upgrade their trucks to medical trucks and just use the standard truck as like a reinforcement platform and let your medical caches do the healing. There is a ton of value from this ability, and it's probably underpicked. If I had to guess, I'm thinking it's probably underpicked, because most people, they want to go for the big, fancy, hilarious underground detonation. Honestly, guys, they put so many bells and whistles on like the audio and the visual effects of this ability. It's almost impossible to get a good one off anymore. I haven't seen anyone do it successfully to me. I haven't done it to anyone else. Maybe in lower elos, you know, when people are just a little bit less aware of what's going on, this can be useful. But by and large, I personally prefer the medical caches. And you can get this so quickly. Like, this is 0 CP, this is 2, this is 1. So by 3 CP, I can effectively have global healing on the entire map if I have like 2 or 3 tunnels, which is great. So now, they've been tinkering a lot with the resistance fighters. They've tinkered with their ambush bonuses. They've been trying to buff the SMGs, the grenade launchers. I still think the AT rifle variant is probably the best one, even though they nerfed it significantly, its performance against infantry. The Molotovs are still fairly effective. This unit's okay. I think it's great on urban maps, but I probably wouldn't use it otherwise. On non-urban maps, like open maps, these guys are pretty difficult to get good value out of. So generally, I'm not using these guys on open maps so much. But urban ones and large maps, these guys are pretty solid. at harassing enemies, setting ambushes, etc. Now, they made some changes, significant changes to saboteur infiltration. They increased the duration that they can spend on the field before being forced to retreat, but they did increase the cooldown as a result. So basically, the net cooldown between uses of the unit is shorter, and when they're on the field, you have more time to do things with them, which is really nice. Now, I think the key thing that people mess up about these guys is like the best way to get them off map is to put them back into a building and retreat them. I see a lot of people try to like, oh, they get, you know, they plant a mine and then they retreat back and they go all the way back to base. That's not ideal. You want to go into a building inside your tunnel influence and retreat them from there, because then you'll just get the manpower back immediately and you won't risk losing them on retreat, anything like that. Yeah, Partisans have elite camo, and they also have a camo ability that allows them to just walk around in the open. Not all infantry, interestingly, FK9. Not all infantry. There are some that don't. Who are they? MG teams, Terror MG teams do not have it. Don't know if Panzerjaegers have it. I don't think they do. But there are some exceptions. I just can't remember what they are at the moment. And then we get Spy Network and False Orders. Spy Network, probably the best recon ability in the game because there's no tell on it. And you can target a location. So the caveat is you have to target a location that's in tunnel influence. But it's a permanent vision provider. And it has no tell. Unlike the new SSB battle group that... what the hell is that ability called? Can't remember. Delta? No, something like that. Anyway, the new recon ability from the SSB battle group has a tell. You can only Ultra. Thank you, Sovereign. Ultra. It can be used on territory points. This can be used anywhere in tunnel influence, and there's no way for your opponent to know that you have this reconnaissance unless you happen to reveal one of their stealth units and then they catch on. And do the backwards math of like, oh, he can see my units, which means he must be able to see me, which means he must have a spy network nearby, right? That's the only way that your opponent's going to know. So best reconnaissance ability in the game. And then you also have False Orders. This is an amazing deterrent, as well as offensive tool. The clunky part about it is that you have to call it on a territory point or a tunnel hideout, which feels really weird. I tend to do it on territory points, but it's really good when you're attacking or defending against an opponent that's diving you, because the speed and rate of fire debuffs apply to both vehicles and infantry, which gives you an opportunity to make create a lot more space and either close the gap between you and your opponent if you're attacking them, or create a gap if you're running away from them. And it's really cheap as well. So I love this ability. This is a really strong ability, definitely underused for how valuable it is. So the battle group has some big highlights. I'd say the Partisans are kind of like middle of the road in terms of their actual performance. I actually love the saboteur infiltration a lot more since they made the change to it. And the medical caches, man, are a huge highlight, especially in team games where your teammates are going to get all that value from the healing as well. Yeah, overall, and I see it a lot in my games. Like, a lot of players use it. It's competitive right now. And for that reason, I'm going to put it up in the A tier as well. It's in a good spot. It's in a healthy spot since the buffs of this last patch. If this was 2.3, I probably would have put it in C tier, but since the most recent update, they've really fixed it again, so we're going to bump it back up to A. Okay, so I kind of feel weird about this. We'll talk about Spec Ops here. Spec Ops, second to last battle group. This is probably the most popular battle group for US forces at the moment, at least in the games that I play. And there's a few major reasons for it. One, the Weasel in early game and in 1v1s especially provides a great amount of map pressure in the early game because you can capture territory quickly with the scout. You can call the weasel in immediately, which allows you to, again, capture territory quickly and just kind of vacuum up the map before the game's even started. In team games and other contexts where you need something that packs a little bit more punch than a mortar, you have the M1 pack howitzer. We already talked about this with the British Air and Sea Battle Group. Has the same abilities, same offensive power, very solid destructive team weapon, a lobber, mortar or light artillery type weapon. I really like this because it comes with the Vet 1 Weasel. And the Vet 1 Weasel can be really nice boon to your economy because after, you've kind of dealt with like the frontline tensions in the early game, you can capture territory with Signal Layer, which I'll open up here for the Weasel so you guys can see. So the Weasel has this ability that allows you to increase the resources generated by fuel and munitions points by, I believe it's 3. So it'll push the value up by 3 of whatever point it is. So if it's a +5, it'll be a +8. If it's a +16, it'll be a +19. If it's +10 fuel, it'll be a +13. And the beautiful thing is that, guys, if you can do Signal Layer and then cache on top of that, what a cache does is it increases the resource generation by 33%. So if you put if you Signal Layer a fuel point, it goes to +13, and then you cache on top of that, it actually goes to +20, which is crazy. So you could pull off some really hilarious resource manipulation shenanigans with this and cache interactions, which I think is a good thing and worth calling out. Next, we've got the P-47 anti-infantry loiter. This is probably the best anti-infantry loiter in the game. Very effective, great for all-in attacks, synergizes really well with the general flavor of U.S. forces and how you want to be using them. Great at pinning Axis infantry to the ground, applying pressure to team weapons, and you have 2 planes, so it's going to diversify targets really well. Also, mark target, I'm going to be honest, I don't really use this. It's a little expensive, and the captain does almost the same thing with his own mark target. Plus, normally what you would use this for is like trying to isolate and pick off an enemy vehicle, and it's just like there's few situations where you would rather do that than apply a blanket amount of pressure over a whole huge area, right? Then the highlight of this battle group, the Whiz Bang. This is probably the best mobile artillery unit in the game. Most consistent rocket artillery at destroying enemy team weapons, especially. Team weapons have a really hard time getting out of this thing before they die. And it can be converted into a Sherman tank. So this is far and away, the weakness of U.S. forces is their lack of artillery. And I think big part of the reason why this is the most popular is because it is the strongest artillery unit. And it's multi-purpose, because once you get Vet 1, you can repurpose it into a Sherman tank if you see fit. So really, really strong left side of the combat support battle group. On the right side, we've got raiding flares, smoke screen, seen great use of both of these abilities. Raiding flares also provides bonus accuracy to friendly infantry, not just your own, which is also really nice. And the smoke can be used creatively. If you don't have smoke nearby or you don't have a mortar nearby, you can off-map smoke AT guns, 88s, machine guns, bunkers, whatever, and it's going to come from anywhere. So that also makes this ability quite strong. And it's free, which is also really nice. Then you have SSFs. I've been seeing less of these guys recently. I think I you know what, I really don't know why. I'm not too sure why. It could just be because people are trying out other things. It's also just like riflemen, cost for value. When you invest a lot of fuel in bars and grenades and all this stuff for riflemen, you tend to want to buy more of them instead of SSFs. But these guys are pretty solid. I think the biggest weakness is they got the demo charge nerf that we talked about earlier with commandos. So the demo charges are just not as good as they used to be. And their other veterancy option, the throwing knife, is a joke. It's it's a fucking joke. It's so bad. Like, it doesn't even guarantee kill a model every time. I think it does like 110 damage or something like that, which is just pathetic. Like, Relic, if you're listening, can you just make it insta kill a model and maybe give it more range or something? Like, it's got something's got to give on that ability. It's such a joke. But yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of SSFs recently. I think another reason why this battle group is popular is air resupply operation is really nice. It's relatively cheap at 150 munitions for what you get. You get an AT gun to crew, a machine gun to crew, and a plus 40 fuel crate for 150 munitions. You get all this good stuff, which is really, really good at, if you're playing a motor pool build, which is very common in like high elo games, in 1v1s and 2v2s. If you're playing motor pool, this helps mitigate some of the burden of how much fuel you spend on mid-game upgrades because of the extra fuel crate that you get, and that allows you to get access to your whiz bang quickly, right? So it's kind of a snowballing, like, synergistic effect. Assault operation is good. You know, you get the capture decapture speed, reduced damage received, which is also really nice. I think it's a little expensive for what it does, to be honest. I don't feel like it's worth 100 munitions. Maybe 80 would make this a more attractive option. I tend to go for air resupply more often than not, but yeah, that is my preference. All right, so that's Spec Ops. Now, thing is, like, Spec Ops, as far as US battle groups go, it's probably the best one consistently. It's probably the best one. I'm probably going to put it in S tier for that reason. Now, I will say it's kind of like bottom of the S tier. Like, it's hovering on A in terms of S tier, but it is still, like, far and away the strongest, most useful. The whiz bang is really what pushes it from A to S in terms of how strong it is. The destructive power of the whiz bang, like, guys, I've seen some crazy things with like, I've seen double whiz bang just 100-0 kill an elephant tank, like, you know, just like obliterating 88 guns, the crew and the gun itself just getting destroyed by a single barrage. It's just the best. It's the best artillery unit, and so I think that's kind of what pushes it up into the S tier. So I'm going to keep it up here. It's not as strong as Poles, I think, and some of the other ones that we'll get to later on, but it's still probably in this category. So that's it for Spec Ops. Now we'll go to the last one, heavy weapons. So heavy weapons is in an interesting spot. No major changes to heavy weapons over the last few patches. It's kind of remained in the same place, so we're not going to talk too much about it. But a few things I'll highlight. Number one, the 50 cal is probably the best machine gun in the game. It's probably debatable between the 42 and the 50 cal. I think the 42 does more damage slightly, but the 50 cal suppresses faster. So, you know, it's a really solid, and I've seen some really annoying builds with this battle group, dude. Like, people going assault carriers and spamming the defensive fighting positions and using the 50 cals to hold people back and just creating a wall of frustration to try to push through as Axis. It's good for that. It's very good for that. Strong abilities inside of Gallant Stand. You know, the rate of fire bonus is very strong. It's free, so it comes with the trade-off of additional 50% damage. Rapid reposition is really nice for your team weapons if you're playing machine gun and or AT gun heavy. Rapid reposition can be really nice at keeping your field presence up and allowing you to reposition rapidly. Haha. Moving down, Black Dragon Artillery. This is one of the most destructive off maps that the US has. I'd liken it to the Obiche artillery from DAC. There's a similar off map, but you get more shells, more destructive power. They come in more quickly, less gaps between the shells. Very strong. Bolster team weapons is great synergy with machine guns, great synergy with the M5 or AT guns that you end up getting. If you're playing team weapon heavy US, which, to be honest, if you're playing team heavy weapon US, why are you playing US? you should probably play UK because it's got better team weapon synergy in general. But teach their own. And then on the right side, we've got cavalry support. We've got the assault carriers. This is a great unit. The extra damage resistance that it gets above 100, but above, 90% HP, I think, is really good. Extra HP as well. And it's really beefy. Like it can be really frustrating to fight this. You can pull off some really hilarious dives with like bazooka squads in the back of the assault carrier and just going balls deep into enemy lines. Like I've seen some really hilarious plays made with these things. We also got exchangeable parts, which is great synergy with the half tracks. Half track strong points I think is kind of bad. I haven't really found a good use for it. Most of the time it just causes me to lose my half tracks because of the reduced speed that they get. But I don't know, maybe they'll tune it, or maybe I'm using it wrong, I don't know. But I tend to prefer exchangeable parts, being able to swap my half tracks back and forth between the different types. GMC, the quad, and the assault carrier is really nice as well. And then we've got of course, Big Daddy US heavy tank, the M26 Pershing, and the M5 3-inch heavy anti-tank gun. Both of these are solid. I will say, since the heavy AT gun nerfs that we saw in the most recent patch, I haven't seen as many M5s as I did in previous patches, but I think its effectiveness remains the same relative to the other heavy AT guns. And the Pershing as well, like, haven't seen too much of, but again, remains one of the crown duelist heavy tanks, I would say. Probably the best duelist heavy tank in the game. Maybe the Tiger Ace is better, which we'll talk about later. But the M26 does have some nice things going for it, including its speed, maneuverability, and the special penetrating shot that it gets to shock enemy armor that it's dueling is really nice. So, very solid battle group all around. I'd say not amazing. You know what? If you're playing Weapon Support Center into tier 3, it's actually solid because you can get 50 cals and the standard, the M1 AT guns, and kind of stall your way into a tier 4 Pershing. But it can be difficult to do that, and it's very easy to get folded and fall apart because US team weapons don't have the same durability that the UK team weapons do. It's possible to get close to it because you get the you can go Infantry Support Center and get the survivability bonus, which gives you extra health on your team weapon crews, so that can help you a little bit. But you don't get the same kind of bonuses that UK team weapons do from team weapon training, where they get rate of fire bonuses and extra health, even more health. So yeah. Anyway. So this battle group, it's not bad. It's really nothing to write home about. I think we'll probably put it in the somewhere between B and C. I honestly feel like in a team game context, it's even less useful than the what is this? Advanced Infantry. So I think we're gonna put it in C tier, to be honest. And finally, that is going to take us to Axis. Now, we finished the first two allied factions. Now we're going to get into Wehrmacht and DAC. So let's hop into it. So for Wehrmacht, starting with Breakthrough Battle Group. This one's actually seen quite a few changes recently, which might be a surprise to some of you. But we'll unpack them a little bit here. The main thing is that what we do here is what is different here is that the assault grenadiers were granted some unique veterancy traits. I actually couldn't find the patch notes in it, but essentially they gave some significant buffs to grenadiers that you're using the assault package. Namely, at Vet 2, they're given an additional 25% received accuracy, which is bananas. That is so much received accuracy for a unit that gets Vet 2 as early as grenadiers do. So the MP40 package is much stronger than it was before. Now, I would say like an important caveat is they will still be outscaled by riflemen and other allied infantry eventually. You don't want to keep these guys forever, or at least all of them. Like, you know, if you build 3 Grens and you convert one of them into the assault package, maybe you keep that one the whole game, but not the other ones. You know what I mean? But they retain their sprint, they retain construction capabilities, they have a long range snare at Vet 3, so there is value in keeping them for sure. I have yet to experiment with these guys a lot. I've played a couple games with this battle group, but the difference is noticeable. It really is. And so trying these guys out again, if you haven't tried them recently, is definitely worth the time and experimenting. So give it a shot. Moving on, we've got Breakthrough, 100% capture and decapture. This is really good, especially in 1v1, the smoke bombing run, way better. Much like the Airborne one that we talked about, it arrives much more quickly. I think this is great in a team game context and would highly recommend trying it out if you haven't recently. Lastly, we've got Mechanized Assault Group. You can see it deploys a 251 medium carrier with a stormtrooper escort. Both units arrive at vet level 1, which is huge because normally the weakest part or the weakest time for a stormtrooper is pre-vet 1. Once it gets vet 1, the guys get like, they really get cooking. But because they both show up at vet 1, I actually think this is worth the value that you pay for it now. Whereas before it was like, once they normalized the cost, it wasn't really worth it. Getting a half track that late, and of course the stormtrooper. So this is solid. Like, this is really good if you're playing an infantry heavy composition in the early game. And I still think I prefer it over the incendiary bombing run, although the incendiary bombing run did see some changes similar to the UK incendiary bombing run. It has the same burn effects where it's going to do less damage on impact, but more damage over a period. I would say like using this more for like dismantling field defenses, or, you know, dropping it on a retreat point or a medical tent or something like that. That is the proper use of this ability now, instead of trying to use it as like an offensive bombing run. I find that it's too narrow to consistently hit the target. But I will also say that the targeting changes that we talked about way earlier in the video on like the creeping barrage and some of the other airstrikes does positively impact this as well, because you can start the bombing run from the position that you see the target and launch it kind of behind it in a line. So that can be really good for cutting off anti-tank guns that you're trying to, like, you know, do that with. Or, you know, if there's like a congested choke point, it can be good at dropping in there. But yeah, I'd say generally like static things, like things that you're not really worried about moving so much, is when I would go for the incendiary bombing run. On the other side, cargo truck hasn't changed. This is still like a decent use of resources to lock down and increase your resource generation. Unfortunately, it doesn't benefit teammates. I still would really like to see this more close to like the Aussie version of the transport truck, where it calls in kind of like a truck that goes in, picks up resources, and comes back. I would much rather see that. But this is fine in its current state. Rapid production is good for producing vehicles, increased speed, 1v1 tempo. This has written all over it. Blitzkrieg remains a very strong ability in that it gives fire rate, speed, and rotation rate, which is good for vehicles that are doing offensive dives. It did lose the target size bonus that it got, which made it so that like AT guns were constantly missing vehicles, which was a huge pain and I wasn't a big fan of. Glad that they changed it to this new version. And then, of course, you have the Panzer Command tank, which saw a handful of buffs, and the Tiger tank, which is, you know, it's the de facto iconic unit of this battle group. So overall, between the buffs and like some of the upgrades that some of the units got, especially on the left-hand side of the tree, I actually think Breakthrough is in a pretty good spot. Not great, it's like not up here, but it's not... Actually, what was it before? What did I have it at? I had it in C tier, so he's moved up. He's moved up a tier into B, and I think that's a pretty fair assessment. You know, when I think about some of the other battle groups, I'm like, yeah, it's probably a B. This is probably a B. Moving along to Coastal. I'm gonna be straight with you guys. These guys are kind of in the dumper right now. Between all the buffs to the allied howitzers that I was talking about earlier and the damage reduction mitigation that they got rid of when it came to like emplacements and how much damage they took from howitzers, these guys kind of got cooked by that really hard. Now, the Obiche still slaps, which is great. You could do some really nasty wipes and big hits with the Obiche, but that's really it. Like everything else in the battle group is kind of garbage. The officer is solid as well, but it's kind of hard to justify picking a battle group just for the Obiche and the officer when there's so many other things that other Wehrmacht battle groups offer. So I haven't seen much of this, and when I have seen it, it tends to get, they tend to just be like you just kind of beat on them, you know, like they're really hard to like get bunkers up, build a line, creep forward. And honestly, I'm kind of okay with that because I think that gameplay kind of sucks and it's not very fun to engage with. But I think, you know, if they're going to make this battle group useful, they gotta change some things about it, and I can't even speculate about what that would be. So we're not going to talk too much more about this battle group. Now, I will say, like, if I'm going to use it, tend to go support bunkers. I really like rapid fortifications. The designated artillery overwatch is good if you're like under a lot of pressure from infantry. But if not, like rapid fortifications is nice because you don't have the micro attacks and you get cheaper upgrades on the bunkers themselves that you build. Bulwark is the obvious choice. Call the reserves. There's just absolutely no sense in using this ability when it's 100 munitions for something that the bunkers pretty much do passively for the coastal reserves. Coastals kind of got gutted. They had their cost increased, and they're suffering a lot from like the artillery changes because they can't keep the structures up. They can be protected pretty well and still function inside garrisons and bunkers that they build. But the problem is that those defenses just don't last very long anymore because of the damage reduction changes. So it is what it is. You know, a sacrifice that I'm willing to make when it comes to the health of the overall game is the Italian Coastal Battle Group. And so we're going to put them in D tier. Moving along to Last Stand, we've got Desperate Battle and Defense in Depth. Again, not too many changes for this battle group. Over the last couple of patches, they haven't changed too much. So on the left side, Final Battle, I still feel like the downside outweighs the upside on this, including the munitions. Taking 20% damage on units that are already pretty fragile, especially in the early game. Like, you get this at 1 CP, right? To me, it just doesn't really seem worth it. I would sooner see this turned into an active ability that you have to pay for that gives you munitions for units killed or lost, and then maybe a damage increase, something like that. But this just totally turns me off. I'm not a huge fan of it. Then we've got Panzerfaust rollout on the Borgward. The Panzerfaust rollout can be surprising at times because you don't know when players have it and when they don't. That is really the value of this. But kind of once you've identified it, it can be a little bit less scary to deal with. It's also really expensive in terms of munitions. And if you're playing with Sturmpiles, like, you're already burning munitions like crazy because their weapon upgrades are so expensive as well. So this is okay. The Borgward, I don't really like it. It's too unpredictable. The barrage ability, it you know, tends to scatter too much to hit vehicles consistently. I actually don't know if they changed the super big demo that it gets, but yeah, since demos are very are detectable and easy to find now, like, the value of this vehicle is kind of just I don't know, it's not really there. It's not really worth it. Nebelwerfer for Overwatch, this is one of the few bright spot abilities inside the battle group. It lasts a really long time and is great for area denial as long as you maintain vision. Scavenge doctrine I don't find to be useful on anything but PGs, and not even PGs now because you have to pay for their Vet 1 ability. But Stormtroopers is probably like the biggest thing that you would see the Scavenge doctrine used from. But it's so outshined by Nebelwerfer for Overwatch, I almost never pick it. Demo is bigger AoE. Yeah, I knew that. It's still visible, though. That's the main problem. And I'm not saying it should be invisible. I'm just saying that's the problem with trying to use it. Stern Pioneers. Right. So these guys have been nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and then nerfed again and then nerfed another time. They're actually surprisingly somehow they're still okay. The main weakness is the low squad size and not having access to a snare until you get Panzerfaust rollout. And the problem is, like, you end up having to spend so much munitions between upgrading your Stern Pioneers and trying to get access to Panzerfaust. You're just going to get destroyed by light vehicles, or you're going to get run over by infantry because you can't buy the upgrades because you're saving for this. That seems to be the main point of tension that I'm seeing in this battle group right here, is between these two. But if you can get both and you're like swimming in munitions, these guys are actually pretty solid infantry units and much better than Grenadiers. Last Ditch Defenses and Improvised Barrage are both pretty solid. Improvised Barrage, the unfortunate part is the randomness of it. The fact that you just have no idea what you're going to get. It's going to be completely unpredictable. And it's a little expensive for what you get. You can, do some good backline disruption, and like you can use this to set up some decent attacks. But I don't love it. Last Ditch Defenses. Panther Term suffers from the same problem that Tyrell does, in that it's just kind of too hard to upkeep. And honestly, that's probably fine. Like there's just a plethora of artillery and other things that can deal damage to it, and it's pretty easy to tear down. Now, the towers are probably great and like underutilized. Between the capture speed debuff and the rate of fire debuff that it provides, you get some really nice support bonuses to infantry in surrounding territory. But it's and it's also kind of hard to discover. Like if you plant it in a good spot and you put up some nice sandbag shoring, they could be hard to find. But yeah, both of these are just okay. They're kind of just meh. Immobilize and Fortify I really like, but it competes too hard with Rapid Salvage. And also, there's so many casemate vehicles on the Axis side, like it's hard to get a lot of value out of using this. And again, suffers from the same problem most static defenses do, which is like it's just a matter of time before they get shut down. But honestly, for all intents and purposes, like this is not a terrible battle group. There's just nothing standout great about it, There's nothing really like, there's no keystone parts. There's no like standout units that are fantastic. Like everything in here is kind of just meh. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's completely fine. But I would say Last Stand, probably not in a great spot. I'm going to put them in the C tier. That takes us to Luftwaffe. And Luftwaffe, we actually have a lot to talk about. So 2.3, this battle group effectively got completely gutted because Fallschirmjägers were unusable. And that was mostly because of how detection was changed and how the radius of detection was increased dramatically. And everybody was playing the British forces with recce sections. And it was like wildly... It was impossible to get an ambush bonus off. And you realize quickly that without ambush, these guys are not very good at prolonged combat. They're too squishy. They're a 4-man squad. They need the veterancy scaling and they need the ambush bonus in order to get into those higher veterancy tiers. And so it wasn't possible last patch. But now they are back. They are back. They're very capable. Couple things I wanted to call out, like air-to-ground support. The reconnaissance run is more valuable than ever. It's relatively cheap reconnaissance ability for Axis, which is hard to come by outside of like flares and sweepers. Can be really good when you're playing against like battle groups that have a lot of camo units or camo units or ambush units. And it's also great for flushing out like partisan tunnels. What else? Well, we already talked about camo units, but just good, like reliable, cheap reconnaissance ability, which is nice to have for Axis. The strafing run is great. It's one of the best ways that you can spend 50 munitions most of the time. If you hit your targets, you will pin the infantry, which usually flips an engagement on its head. There really is almost no better use of 50 munitions that I can think of in the early game around 1 CP. Moving in, talking about Fallschirmjägers, I've talked about these guys extensively. I think they're really solid elite infantry. They require a little bit of micro attacks in that you need to make sure that you're getting your ambushes off and not overstaying in long engagements where they will lose just simply due to their low health pool. You need to be able to ambush and then know when it makes sense to pull away and also when it makes sense to commit. And by minimizing the amount of bleed that you take on these guys, that's where you're really going to get the effectiveness from. Both Frag Bombs and Stuka Loiter are very solid options for late game abilities. Frag Bombs, fantastic at decrewing team weapons or catching enemy units on retreat. I would say also benefits from the new targeting system for strafes, for strafe abilities, in that you can call it in from starting where you see your opponent and call it in behind them, which is really nice. And then of course you have the Loiter, which provides one anti-tank, one anti-infantry Stuka, which is pretty well rounded, but kind of like jack of all trades, like good at none sort of thing. But still great at offensive pressure. The Fallschirm Pioneers, again, a very solid combat engineer unit. You can apply some great forward tempo and pressure in the early game by dropping them on the front line near a building. They can put up the defensive structure and really hold it down for a little while, which can be a good way to slow down your opponent. They have a great LMG upgrade. I wouldn't encourage the grenade launchers anymore since because of how much they've been nerfed. But the LMG is still a very solid upgrade. I think it's even better than the Bren, and it's actually cheaper. So this is a great choice. Generally in team games, you're probably going to want to go for the AA emplacement. I know allied planes are still quite pervasive, and this is the most reliable answer to dealing with those. And in terms of like cost benefit, like this is probably the cheapest source of anti-aircraft that you guys are going to consistently be able to get. So that's good, but you can also use the LG-40 recoilless gun in like 1v1s. I love using this with tier 2 builds because that's usually the main weakness of tier 2 is a lack of AT gun range. And this totally compensates for that. And then of course you get infantry reserves as your late game ability. Reducing the reinforcement cost of your troops by 20% is very nice. Huge boon to your manpower economy. Of course, you can also build the Flak 36 AT gun. I will say, since the nerfs to the damage reduction that emplacements get against artillery and other damage sources, this has been harder for me to use successfully. So I'm generally going for infantry reserves now more frequently. But there still may be some niche cases where it makes sense to get the Flak 36. So all of that being said, I would say Luftwaffe in a really solid spot. Does this make sense? Yeah, put it up in A tier. This is definitely one of the better battle groups that I see for Wehrmacht, and very consistently. All right, moving along to Mechanized. Mechanized remains, in my opinion, one of the kings. Easily one of the best battle groups for Wehrmacht. It has a huge array of units that are in the battle group, and all of the abilities are solid. So raid package, obviously this is great, being able to have your light vehicles capture territory and have all units pop smoke from the vehicle chassis. Smoke is very powerful in this game at deterring opponents from pushing into your vehicles or getting the killing blow on you with AT guns. It's very difficult to land scatter shots on vehicles at max range. So all vehicles are going to benefit from raid package. The Stuga Schalt group and the 8-Rad armored car, both very solid choices. I'd say it kind of depends on how congested the map is on which one you want to pick. The Stug probably better on tighter, more congested, maybe urban maps. 8-Rad might be better on more open maps where you can maneuver the ground, execute flanks or do like fast attacks easily and outmaneuver your opponent. The 8 rad is pretty fast, so it's, you know, it's good at chasing things down as well. But if the map is too congested, then you're not going to be able to do that effectively. So the Stug Assault Group might be a better choice. Obviously, you have the Panther, which is the highlight probably of this battle group, your late game tank hunter destroyer. It got a cost, I don't know if it's a nerf or a buff, or maybe just like a tuning in the last patch. But basically, it went from 550 manpower, 100 fuel to 450 manpower, 125 fuel. So a little bit heavier on the fuel, but lighter on the manpower cost. And this still remains probably like the premium Wehrmacht answer to heavy allied armor. The Panther is probably the most effective tank hunter tank in its class, or brawler tank in its class. Outside of obviously like a heavy class tank like a Pershing, but as far as mediums go, the Panther is definitely the best now, bar none. We have repair crews and spotting scopes. I generally lean towards spotting scopes, but having the AoE repairs from repair crews, if you have a 221 or a 251, can be really nice. I love putting this on a if I have like a forward medical 251, this is really good. Because obviously it's going to fix your vehicles and heal your infantry together, which is great value. Spotting scopes I really like, especially on Panthers, because it allows them to self-spot, so they can, you know, pick off targets at max range as opposed to having to drive into a dangerous position in order to get shots off. The Stormtrooper Assault Package remains a downgrade and is complete trash. I would never pick this unless I was trying to quickly get to Mech Assault or zeroing Barrage. The Wesp is one of the better artillery units, but unfortunately SPGs are so expensive and so fragile. I don't really know if it makes sense to pick this so often. But I'm still using SPGs a fair bit. But I think the main weakness is, like, I think they have a little bit too little health right now. The fact that they can just get one shot by a stray artillery shell is kind of unfortunate. Especially when it comes to like getting hit by rocket artillery. Like having a Wesp get killed by a a land mattress is super annoying. But it is I don't know, maybe like upping it up by like 40 health would be fine, and maybe decreasing the armor, I don't know, something like that. But anyway, this is a good SPG, good artillery unit regardless, and you don't have to side tech for the Nebel like you would normally in order to get it. And you get 2 types of barrages, which is pretty solid. Then we got Mechanized Assault. This, to me, remains to be probably the best. Is it the best? Might be the best Axis ability in terms of like a late game go button. You get repair on your vehicles, and then your infantry get these crazy buffs. 20% speed, 30% reduced damage, and 20% harder to hit. If you have Panzer Grenadiers, dude, and they're near your vehicles, you are running everything over like crazy. This is a great ability, but the important thing is that the radius is kind of small, so you need to keep your PGs or whatever infantry you have near your vehicles when you use this ability in order to get the bonuses, which you probably want to do if you're doing a big all-in or something like that. Then you have zeroing artillery barrage. I don't generally recommend this because it ramps up and it takes a long time to come in. So it's not usually a good like reactive ability. It's usually something I want to use if like my opponent is building howitzers or something and I can't access them any other way, or we can't like kill them with something else. But generally, I much prefer Mech Assault. This ability is like super strong in terms of offensive capability. The synergy with like, if you're playing Panzer Grenadiers with Panthers, this ability just like carries engagements for you like crazy, because it makes your Panthers take an extra shot to kill, and your infantry just get really beefy, and it allows them to just completely run over allied infantry. So very solid. Mechanized remains solid, remains king as ever. I would say Mech is like high A tier, maybe S. Debating S tier for Mech. What did we do in our last one? I think we put it in S. Yeah, we did. I think this is probably still in S. The thing is, like, between the Panther cost changes, some of the changes to other units like Fireflies, the extra range on the Fireflies made Panthers harder to use. Weakness of the SPGs we kind of talked about as well, but I do think this is probably the strongest Wehrmacht battle group right now, if not very close to it. I'm going to keep it in S tier for now while we talk about the Siegebreaker. These guys are the new ones, and I'm having a lot of fun with them. No, you know what? I've decided these guys are actually going to go in S, and I'll tell you guys why. And it makes me think that Mech needs to be dropped to A. So, Siegebreaker. This battle group is full of some really juicy stuff. Now, there's a couple things that, as I'm making this video, is kind of broken. We'll talk about how I think they're going to be fixed and how they will benefit the battle group and make it actually better than it currently is. But there's also things that I think they might nerf. Anyway, we'll get to it. So we'll start with siege work. So siege specialists, you can see mortar teams, Nebels, Brumbar, Sturm Tiger that remain stationary for 10 seconds have 15% increased range, which is pretty interesting. Effective is lost if they move. Important call out here is that if they rotate, it's not considered movement. So you can turn in place with like one of these vehicles or units, but you can't move or you lose the bonus. And it increases the experience gain of these units by 25%, which if you layer on officer quarters is a lot. That's like a huge XP bonus. Next we have what I consider the 1v1 option and the team game option, grinding advance and siege camp. Now, siege camp is currently bugged. It does not increase the rate of fire and ability recharge of many units. Namely, like Nebelwerfer is the obvious choice to build with this, and it actually doesn't work. It doesn't increase the rate of fire and it doesn't increase the recharge speed. When I'm making this video, they will probably fix it in the near future, but yeah, I don't know how long it's going to be. The siege camp itself is pretty solid. It kind of looks like a 120 millimeter mortar. It's like a higher caliber mortar. It's good that it fires smoke as well and can be upgraded into a retreat point, which is really nice. Kind of a better option than using a standard territory point retreat point. But my main gripe about this is that the mortar range is it feels a little bit short to be useful, because if I move it closer, it's going to be a little bit too dangerous to use as a retreat point and, you know, susceptible to enemy pushes. And, you know, I have to put it at just a range where, like, the mortar can't really hit anything unless the opponent feels like they're overextending to some degree. So it feels a little bit weird in that way. I think once they fix it, it'll be really useful. Grinding advance is very solid. It's the ability to crush medium structures and medium world objects with light vehicles just makes the light vehicles feel way more terrifying. And this is especially true with like the Flame Half Track, the 221, both of those, and the ability for obviously Whirlwinds to just blow through every world object on the map because they get heavy crush is pretty scary. But then comes in the real sauce. You've got the Sturm Tiger. Oh, it's the S mines. We didn't talk about the S mines. The S mine ability is very good, especially in a 1v1 context. Now, I noticed that it's really difficult to pin infantry with this ability, which was my main concern. You kind of have to be inside them already to get the pin off. And it's not always easy to do that. But I have seen some interesting things like players driving in, activating S-mines to pin an infantry squad that was about to snare them, and then starting to run them over with like a Whirlwind or something. It can be pretty scary, but for all intents and purposes right now, it's kind of just like pretty good. And the passive is nice. If you're not planning to build siege camp and trying to make your way to your late tier objects, this is just a better choice because it's less CPs. Then we have designate siege leader. This is really nice. Very strong ability. So it gives a reduced frontal damage by 33%. This is great on units like the Stug, but more specifically, the Brumbar. Like, if you thought the Brumbar was hard to kill, man, now it's like impossible to kill with this ability. It gets tickled by everything because of the reduced damage, and that's if the whatever's shooting at it actually penetrates first too. Also really nice to use on the Stug because it reduces ability recharge by 50% and removes the munitions cost. So normally, like point blank blast, you have to pay quite a bit for. I think it's 35 munitions. But with this ability and Siege Leader, you don't have to pay anything for it. And so you can kind of just like spam it on cooldown. It's really good at bullying infantry. Obviously, the main risk is you're moving into snare range, so you just have to be wary of like AT guns. But with Siege Leader, even if you eat an AT gun round, as long as it hits you in the front, a snare won't deal engine damage to you. And that's the important thing for the Stug. Because a lot of the time, the main problem with using point blank blast was you would eat one AT gun round and then get snared, and then you'd be engine damage, and then it would just die. But now with Siege Leader, it doesn't have that. So this is a really nice ability. I use it in both team games and 1v1s. 1v1s more often. And then you have the alternative, the Sturmtiger. I've had a lot of trouble using this. It's very readable. Like, it's very easy to see when the Sturmtiger is lining up a shot. And so it gives the players that are responding to it a lot of time to react. But it does have a sizable blast radius. So I'd say generally, like, I tend to favor it on maps that are dense and harder to maneuver around. Like, there's a lot of maybe a lot more urban or a lot more closed spaces. And on more open maps, I prefer Siege Leader just because it's really easy to outmaneuver the Sturmtiger. It's really slow and it takes a long time to set up the shot. And that leaves you susceptible to, whatever the opponent's going to do, whether it be dive you with mediums or pound you with AT guns or whatever. It can be problematic. So designate Siege Leader, I think generally the better choice, but Sturmtiger definitely has a place. Now we get to the sauce. So we have Clearing Gear, which provides a new supply, munition supply to every single Wehrmacht infantry unit except the Stormtrooper. So you can see Pioneers get satchels, Grenadiers get incendiary grenades. These are really strong. These are really good. Like, I didn't really like the Grenadier grenade. I thought it was kind of bad. The main thing that I'm using these grenades for is, like, yes, the burst damage, but also denying like a good position for an enemy infantry unit and forcing them out into the open. Like, a good player can dodge a grenade and then get back into cover, but incendiary just prevents that altogether, which is really nice. PG's getting smoke grenades as a way to disengage or to close the gap or set an ambush is really nice. Jaeger's getting rifle grenades is also very solid. Good way for them to decrew team weapons or flush enemy out of cover, whatever the case is. All the Clearing Gear is very useful, and it comes for free. Well, obviously you have to pay for each use for most of these, but it's free to access for all the infantry. Then we have Into the Breach, which grants an friendly infantry squad 50% movement speed and reduces the cost of grenade abilities by 100%. I don't know why they wouldn't just say it just makes it free, but anyway, lasts for 10 seconds. So this is nice. It allows you to throw both your grenades. If you're playing the Grenadier, you can throw a standard grenade and an incendiary grenade. This could be great for closing the gap with PGs, but honestly, I'm not going to talk about this too much because it's totally outshined by Firestorm Doctrine. The 251 Flamer can be built from the headquarters once the tier 2 or tier 3 building has been produced, and this thing is an absolute menace. It's way too strong. Let me pull it up here if I can. What is it called? 16. Maybe I can find that. Nope. There it is. Half-track Flame Jur. There it is. Dude, this thing has 400 HP to start. Okay, a standard half-track has 320. And then, as it vets up, it gets another 40 health at vet 2 and 80 health at vet 3, which means it gets, say it with me, 520 health at Vet 3 for a half track. That's like a tank, dude. It's way too much. And what's worse is you can put Designate Siege Leader on it. I had one of these things, I was playing against it. I had one of these things eat 4 AT gun shots and survive because it had Designate Siege Leader damage reduction on. It's crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. It does insane damage. It's got 2 flame projectors, really good at burning down infantry in cover, especially if they're standing in a line parallel to where the cannons are, or the launchers, whatever you want to call them. This thing is nuts. And the fact that you can build it from the headquarters, you don't even have to get it from tier 3, makes it even better because I can play it with tier 2, right? So it's really, really strong. And to me, this is what pushes the battle group like over the line from strong to like insane. Then you have these 2 late game abilities. You have the increased damage from critical location, and then the recon ability from probing barrage. Both of these are pretty solid, good munition sinks, good for late game, good for applying, you know, pressure to enemy positions especially. But all in all, yeah, the sauce of the battle group really comes in siege specialist, designate siege leader, firestorm doctrine. I didn't even talk about the fact that grenadiers can be upgraded with flamethrowers, which helps their scaling a lot. It makes them really effective on like urban maps. Oh, and good point, Stan. I didn't even mention the 251 flame half track can lay regal mines, which is again insane to me. Like it's so strong at anti-infantry capabilities. Does it really need that strong of a vehicle counter? Maybe not. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But yeah, overall, this battle group absolutely bonkers. Very, very strong. Not the best battle group in the bundle, but definitely up there. Definitely very strong. I think competing with the Free French in terms of strength, probably better actually than Free French by a small margin, but still very, very solid. So I'm going to put them up in S tier because I think, you know, between access to the half track, the designate siege leader on like Brumbard, stuff like that, it's so strong, man. It's so good. And when they fix the siege camp, it's going to be even better. So, yeah. Does it diffuse mines? You mean blow itself up on mines? That's what I had happen to mine a couple of times when it was planting mines. Or are you talking about flame them and then blow them up? Because that happens too. Either way, it's definitely very strong battle group. Lots of good abilities, lots of good units. And finally, we'll wrap Wehrmacht with Terror, familiar friend from a couple battle groups ago. This battle group remains to be quite strong still. Oh, that's funny that this is showing up as Scorched Earth, even though it's not that. Wonder why that happened. Yeah, so not a lot has changed with this battle group. It remains quite strong. Contempt for the Weak, Interrogate, both very strong early game abilities. Propaganda, leaflet drop. I think this has grown in favor a little bit. I can't remember. I think they did something to this to make the plane arrive more quickly, or maybe have the leaflets linger for longer. I can't remember what it was, but there was a slight adjustment to this. To me, the Jericho Trumpet Loiter remains the best because it does the demoralize debuff and provides reconnaissance for 90 munitions. V1 Strike remains the same. The cost of this seems to keep going down. I thought it was 250. I don't know if this is right or not. I don't think it's 225. But I think it might be 250. We'll have to see. But yeah, V1 destructive power remains very, very strong. Great at surprising your enemy. I always say to people, when you use this, try to use it on the place that your enemy least expect. So if you're fighting them, don't call it in where you're fighting them. Call it in like across the map, or call it in like behind them if you have recon from Jericho Trumpet, something like that. Just use it to sow chaos in your opponent's lines, because using it predictably is a fast way to waste the munitions that you spend. On the right side, we've got machine gun camo, I think remains king. Heavy gunnery, the main problem I have with this is it's a global cooldown and it has a munitions cost, which is just not as good as machine gun camo. If they actually make us pay for this, it might be a real choice between these two options. But for the moment, heavy gunnery just falling kind of by the wayside compared to machine gun camo. No quarter, I think, is the obvious best choice. Defend the Fatherland, I really don't like, again, I've said this before about Valor, I don't like abilities that require you to lose models to give you effectiveness. I think it completely defeats the purpose of spending munitions on an ability especially. So to me, this ability is a joke, but it's okay because no quarter kind of makes up for it when paired with like Contempt for the Weak or something like that. And then of course we have the KT. And I'd say that the KT is probably in a better spot now because the strafes are not going to be able to nuke its rear end like they have been in previous patches. So it's probably in a better spot, but still keep in mind, like, highly susceptible to airstrikes still. It's going to take a lot of damage from them. Heavy tank destroyers, long range heavy AT guns. This bad boy needs to be well supported. And I would argue probably with martyrs, not with packs, because it's very easy to decrew packs with some artillery and then swarm this thing with like Hellcats or big tanks. Whereas the martyrs are going to be able to withstand artillery damage and help fight back whatever armor that is coming at you. So if you get to the late game and you have a KT, make sure you have plenty of support for it, because it's still susceptible to being overrun by numbers. But this thing is a wiping machine. This thing will blap infantry left, right, and center. Very, very big blast radius on the main cannon. So it's still a big, scary boy, but still, you know, very, very capable of being countered by what's in the Allied roster. So with Terror, I still think they're in a really solid spot. I actually think I'd probably put them in A tier, maybe B, maybe B. I'm trying to think. Probably, probably B. Probably B. They're like solid, but they're not amazing. You know, they're still very counterable from a lot of the Allied choices. And even things like, you know, the Free French, what I've been doing a lot of is like Char against KT just to absorb the damage and take the blows, and Hellcats in the back line to poke back at the KT has been pretty effective. Been able to kind of like keep this thing back and not cause us too much grief. Anyway, we're shortening up. So that's it for Wehrmacht. I'm just going to take a quick second here, and then we'll get into DAC. Okay. Home stretch now. Armored Battle Group for DAC still remains quite strong. Vehicle awareness, just not nearly as good as salvage kits, let's be honest. Salvage kits is better, and you don't have to back tech for that ridiculous wrecker truck from the DAC tier 2.5. Panzerstorm, I think, remains one of the better offensive armor abilities. Now, what it doesn't say here is it grants them immunity to engine criticals, but this is only true. This is not true of mines anymore. You can't drive over mines with this ability anymore and mitigate the engine damage, so that's like the one drawback. The Stuka AT loiter is okay. The dive bomb, I think, is generally a better choice, because you can really easily dismantle like team weapons and infantry, especially if you drop it in a congested area that it's hard to move away from. This thing comes in quick, man. Like it's hard to get away from. You can also drop it on tanks with engine damage pretty predictably. So I'm more partial to the Stuka dive bomb. I think it has more universal uses. The AT loiter is pretty good, but I find like the damage spread isn't great on it, and when there's a lot of armor in the area, like it just doesn't compare to something like the Typhoon rocket loiter for UKF. So yeah. Sorry, doggy. Moving on to right side, armored warfare, veteran gunners, and superior fire drills. I think both of these are pretty good. Veteran gunners seems to be gaining more favor from people as the allies are fielding more heavy tanks, especially with like the arrival of the Char. This thing is very solid to load on top of your martyrs or your P3s. Layering tungsten rounds on top of this is just going to allow you to get through that heavy allied armor even more effectively. Superior fire drills still good. I tend to use this more in a 1v1 context when I'm less worried about penetrating my enemy's armor with the vehicles that I have. Panzer 3 remains pretty scary. Now, I will say this got significantly nerfed by the on-the-move flamer nerfs that came in this patch, where the burst duration has been reduced on the move, so it's not as effective at chasing units as it was, but still like a unit to be respected for its timing. And you know, if it comes out at optimal timing, like you gotta respect this thing because it's got good armor, it's relatively fast, and it can like flush out an AT gun or AT infantry from a position if it catches them alone. So something to be mindful of. Command Panzer got some buffs. Battlefield Salvage, I swear to God, to this day, I still never seen this ability. I've seen it maybe once. But the Command Panzer is generally more favored. Has great parity with the Tiger in big team games. I see a lot of that. You know, but not as good as the Command 8 Rad, which we'll talk about here shortly. So armored support battle group, solid, not special in any way. I'll give it like maybe like a B. No, actually, I think I'll give it a C tier, to be honest, especially relative to some of these other ones. Yeah, it's going to C tier. It's going to C tier. Okay, moving along. Moving along to our new best boy. Oh my God. If there was ever an overpowered battle group in Company of Heroes 3, it's this boy right here. This is I'm not even gonna pause. I'm not even gonna delay. This is going at the very top of the S tier. This is the S tier of the S tier battle groups, dude. This is like, it's just everything that DAC is and has. This makes it all so much better. I'll link my Elite Forces how-to guide in the video description below, which is going to go into a lot more detail than I will here. But just to give you guys a high-level overview, starting with the Skirmisher package. First, number one, you get experience from this package when capturing territory with Panzer Grenadiers. Okay? Panzer Grenadiers already have a strong DPS profile, strong veterancy scaling through VSL. Now we're going to give them experience through the Skirmisher package. Okay, I'm with that. Scoped Kar 98K rifles, there's 3 of them, which significantly improves their long-range firepower. It basically makes them dead even in performance with infantry sections. Baseline infantry sections. So not nothing, but like still really strong. Replaces stick grenade with the rifle grenade, which again, like, you know, if you needed more long range capability, here it is with the rifle grenade. Makes it way easier to decrew team weapons, flush enemy infantry out of cover, etc. And then it also improves capture speed and provides experience. Why? I don't know, but we're riding with it. This package is insane. They increased the cost by 15 munitions in the most recent patch, but to me it's not enough. It probably needs to cost more for what it does. Then we have medical supplements and daring assault. Medical supplements to me is the easy choice. It's an upgrade that you can purchase on your units that gives them out of combat healing and allows you to recover casualties in exchange for experience. So again, more experience stacking between capturing territory, recovering casualties, healing out of combat, also, you know, increasing combat capability and reducing how many times you have to retreat back to base with your PGs. The medical supplements is very, very strong. Now, we also have Daring Assault as a competing priority. I still prefer medical supplements, but Daring Assault is pretty good too. So target-friendly unit gains 50% increased decapture speed and is 15% harder to hit for 60 seconds. Not bad on infantry. Can also be used on vehicles, interestingly. I've seen people try to use this to like escape the last shot from an AT gun because of the extra harder to hit bonus, which I think is hilarious. But yeah, this is a pretty effective ability. It's relatively cheap at 40 munitions, and it gives a lot of experience if you manage to get the decapture off. So it can be really, really good to use continuously on a vehicle that you're being really aggressive with. Now we get into the late abilities, Ace Squadron and Aerial Spotter. Aerial Spotter is pretty good. It's relatively cheap. It's a great support ability that can be used on any friendly vehicle, not just your own. It gives the vehicle increased range and total visibility in the area around it, so that that's not meaning like true sight, like you can see the same way that you would any reconnaissance run. And it gives increased accuracy, which means you're going to be on target much more consistently. So great for like Panthers going on the hunt, going for the killing blow, those kinds of things. The Aerial Spotter is perfect for that. Now, it's competing with Ace Squadron, which is the real problem here. Ace Squadron does a ton of anti-vehicle damage if you manage to land the strafe. What I tell people generally is like you want to call it in parallel to whatever vehicle you're using it on, and that's just generally how you're going to get the most value out of it. And you'll notice that it says Veterancy 1 here. Every 2 uses of this ability, it increases in effectiveness. So at level 2, you can see it adds an additional plane, which broadens the radius at which you're hitting potential targets. And then at 3, you're getting a second strafe that comes in after the first, which layers on even more damage. This can 100 to 0 a good chunk of medium tanks if they don't get out of the way. This ability is no joke. It's easily the strongest strafe in the game for its cost. It's even less than the rocket strafe from USF. And I'm like, honestly, I think I would be okay with this if we had equivalent strafes for other factions that were similar that in power. But this one is just so far and away like better than the other ones. It's unfortunate. So we'll have to see how they balance it out. Maybe they'll tone it down. Maybe they'll bring the other ones up. Who knows? Then we get to the Giga Boy over here, Command 8 Rad, who laughs in the face of this pathetic, wimpy wiener Command Panzer IV. So this thing gets 4 abilities. It gets veterancy, shared veterancy from units around it. It gets also experience from capturing territory and charges, which go into its ability system. So it doesn't spend munitions or purely cooldowns on abilities. It has to use these charges. And you accumulate charges just over time in general or by capturing territory. And the abilities on this thing are kind of crazy. Let me see if I can open it up here really quickly so I can show those to you because they're important. Here we go. So we've got these are the 4 abilities here: field training, coordinate ally, mark vehicle, and light barrage. The light barrage is great. This kind of fills in the small gap that DAC has with like off-map or on-map artillery in the early game. Generally, I'm getting this after like a flak Veerling or something like that to provide veterancy and also use this light artillery barrage against potential allied AT guns. You have mark vehicle, which increases possibility to hit. At higher levels, it also increases the incoming damage when on a marked vehicle. So this is great for focusing down individual targets. increased weapon penetration, easier to hit. This is great for like cutting down a char that's been a real pain in your ass. If you manage to catch it overextended with marked vehicle, this could be a really good way to finish it off. You have Coordinate Ally, which increases the rate of fire for 30 seconds. I love using this on like the Flak Veerling, or more specifically on AT guns if I manage to catch an opponent in the early game with an AT gun. The extra rate of fire can be the difference between them getting away and me getting the killing blow. So I'm a big fan of that ability for that purpose. And then of course we have Field Training. I'm using this as often as I can when I have spare charges. When I have units going into combat, specifically vehicles more often than not. Gives them experience and then increases the experience gain rate for 30 seconds. Wait, does it also give rate of fire? Or is that a bug? I think that's a bug. I don't think that's intended. I don't think that's as true. I think it's just this. Anyway, yeah, this vehicle's absolutely bananas. Oh, look, yeah, you can see. So as it vets up, it gets better versions of the same abilities. Here, 45% rate of fire. What is this? Bigger, lighter artillery barrage, even more veterancy, and improved light vehicle. Here's the extra damage, 25% additional damage. There you go. So yeah, this unit is it's just way overkitted. It's absolutely nuts. Now it does like almost no damage in and of itself. Like I think it has a pathetic little frontal MG that does hardly anything, but ton of value in what you get for that vehicle. So I didn't even go down the rest of the tree, dude. What am I back up here? Panzer Elite. Now we didn't even get into this. So Long War veterans, field modifications. I talked about these extensively in my Elite Forces video, so check it out in the description. But basically, field modifications you want to use if you're planning on playing heavier into medium armor. Long War veterans you want to use if you're going for Tiger Ace. In team games, you can do both. It's really a matter of preference. The only thing you have to be wary of with Tiger Ace is you need to make sure it's properly supported. And I would highly, highly encourage you to get Ace Squadron over Aerial Spotter. I know you'll be tempted to get Aerial Spotter in team games, but Ace Squadron is better because if you get dove by a ton of vehicles, you need to be able to fight them off, and the Tiger won't be able to do it himself. You'll need help from the Ace Squadron, so you need to just keep that in mind. Yeah, field mods I think are important with crack armor upgrades, specifically because the P3s, if you get the side skirts, it gives them enough health to survive for more than 4 AT gun shots. Whereas without that, if you don't go for the capture upgrade, which not everybody wants to, some people want tungsten rounds, some people want the scatter and the accuracy bonuses from advanced optics. But the skirts are important because it gives them some extra beef and allows them to survive those extra AT gun shots. So you're going to want to keep that in mind if you're planning on playing with P3s and with Stugs as well. The side armor skirts on the Stugs can be really good. It'll help them fight and avoid damage from lighter vehicles like Stuarts, Chaffies, some side hits from AT, handheld AT weapons, that sort of thing. Yeah, and then of course we've got the Tiger Ace. So the Tiger Ace is just a Giga Tiger. Gets up to Vet 4. The two modes, like I said, I would encourage you guys, if you're really interested, go and watch the Elite Forces video. We talk about it in great detail. But you essentially have two modes, Hunter and Marauder. I generally encourage people start with Hunter and then go into Marauder mode once you're on the offensive. Hunter is good because you'll more consistently deal damage to targets at max range, whereas the Tiger has a tendency to miss or scatter really hard when it's moving, and Hunter compensates for that. Now, once you get to Vet 3 and 4, you don't need to use Hunter anymore because the Tiger's built-in veterancy provides the same bonuses that Hunter does. So, yeah, this is... if it wasn't the Pershing, this is the best duelist heavy tank in the game. It's super fast. The synergy that it has with the Command 8 rad is terrifying. It's really easy to get it vetted up because you can get Long War veterans and just feed it experience with the Command 8 rad. So this thing is just absolutely devastating, but still susceptible to like dives from, you know, large numbers of tank destroyers like Hellcats, heavy AT guns, you know, all very capable. You know, the occasional ambush from SSBs with Lewis bomb can make short work of the Tiger Ace as well. So you have to treat it with like you got to respect your opponents, but this thing can be absolutely devastating. Side of that, but yeah, I mean, you can see now, like based on everything we shared here, like why this battle group is so strong. Like your PGs are just way better with the skirmisher package. They get way more veterancy. There's way more veterancy for vehicles across the board. You have the best strafe in the game by far, and a whole bunch of side and upgrades for your medium array of medium vehicles that you have access to, and an upgrade that costs nothing extra for the best heavy tank in the game that you have by default. Well, best heavy tank in the game? Tiger? No, not really. But the Tiger Ace definitely is. The Tiger Ace definitely makes it the best one. So anyway, that's Elite Forces in a nutshell. Like I said, if you want more, check out the video in the description. This is the best battle group in the bunch by far. Out of the new ones, out of the existing ones, this battle group is just absolutely nuts and super, super strong. So, it's definitely deserving of its spot at the top of the S tier. Okay, moving along to Italian Combined Arms. Honestly, not a lot to see here. They gave some buffs to Bersaglieri that affected their overall rate of fire, but they're still relatively weak compared to most allied infantry. The benefits that they get is like the movement speed and the tempo that you can get from early map control with the Bersaglieri and just catapulting yourself into a fuel advantage. But you can see like half the battle group is like trying to dump, you know, stuff into the Bersaglieri to help them and make them scale, but they're just not that good. The other options on this side, like the decapture and capture rate on vehicle support, force recon, all of these are like hardly worth an actual battle group ability. I think this thing really needs a rework, to be honest. I think like a lot of the Bersaglieri upgrades need to be rolled into one. They probably need some new abilities. These aren't very compelling either. The power level on these has just been power crept super hard because this is one of the original battle groups, right? And it just hasn't kept up. They tried to make the Cima Vente relevant by making it constructible from the base sector, but honestly, I still just casemate tank destroyers with short range just feel terrible to use. That's true of the Stug. That's true even more so of the Cima Vente. So nothing really changing there. The Caros can be scary in numbers, especially when you have a lot of them. Like they can be scary, but they're still outclassed by medium tanks eventually. The only threat I really see from these is typically in like small games, like 1v1s or 2v2s. I almost never see them in team games, probably for good reason. They're pretty easy to pop. And they don't do that much damage for their cost. The strafing run is one of the highlights of the battle group, as is artillery cover. And this is one of few battle groups where like you actually may want to stay a little bit heavier into the tier 2 vehicles because you can get reduced costs on like Martyrs, 254s, 8 Rads, those kinds of vehicles, because of the Pact of Steel upgrade. But not a lot to write home about here when it comes to this battle group. And so for that reason, we're going to put them down in the dumper in D as well. That does take us to Italian Infantry. Now, a lot more to talk about here. This is definitely this is the best legacy battle group. So of the original battle groups, this is the best one for DAC by far. They did rework some things and adjust some things over time, but it remains the strongest choice. Glossatori, despite the flamer on the move nerfs, remain absolutely beefy. Is it true they get 25% less damage? I thought it was 10. If this is true, that's crazy. But yeah, these guys are still absolute like meat bags. Like they're so hard to kill with anything. Doesn't matter. I feel like I would have understood a little bit more like small arms resistance or something like that, but DR from all sources is just like, they're so beefy, dude. Anyway, Guasatori, very strong unit remaining. Defensive operations, being able to lay Teller mines, HMG bunkers, very nice. Registered artillery, also an excellent deterrent in keeping your opponent off of VPs or critical territory locations as you're trying to defend them. The Canone remains very strong because it's towable and comes with a truck, which is insane value with the with what you're paying for it. Between the howitzer and the truck, I mean, think of it this way. You're basically getting a truck, which is 20 fuel, and then you're paying 220 plus 20 for a fully capable howitzer, which is like the equivalent of the 105 for the Americans. So it's very, very strong, very, very cost-effective unit. Booby traps and sound the alarm. Sound the alarm is my personal favorite. It's only 40 munitions here. So we were talking about this at the beginning. It doesn't say how long it is. Why does it say how long it is? No, it doesn't say how long it is. So we're talking earlier about how useless naval blockade is. Same, actually less cost than naval blockade. Naval blockade was 45. This is 40 munitions. You get 25% rate of fire, 20% harder to hit, and capture point takes 250% longer to decapture. That is insane, dude. 2.5 times longer to decapture a territory point is bananas. This is so underrated. I don't even know where to begin with how underrated and how powerful this is for the munition cost. It's crazy. L6 is a joke, but honestly, it's fine. Like he had his day. You know, he raced and he joined F1 and he's moved on to bigger and better things. The flamer nerfs really hit these guys as well. Now, don't get me wrong. In a 1v1, you can still catch out an enemy Humber or like some other kind of like light car or tank with this thing and hunt it down. More specifically against the British. Maybe you could do it against an American half-track. Because it's, what is it, 2 CPs? Yeah, it's 2 CPs. So if your CPs are quick in a 1v1 scenario, this can actually not be, like, this can be pretty good. But in general, prepared positions is way better. Extra vision range, reduced incoming damage. Great for MG teams, AT guns, the 88 especially. Going to help with the survivability of all of those. The Obiche remains one of the stronger off-maps accessible to the Axis, to the DAC, I should say. Slow rate of fire, but does a lot of damage, suppresses / pins infantry that it hits, which is really good. Really great for shutting down enemy pushes or cutting off enemy retreats. Also good for dismantling static defenses or howitzers or like, you know, the whatever backline stuff that you can find. And then we have Prop War. This ability is good for shutting down enemy pushes as well. It will basically pin enemy infantry as they're coming at you, which is a great way to shut down a push if you have your own infantry to support defense against enemy armor. Prop War will help you shut down the infantry so that you can focus on the armor and pick them apart. And it's relatively cheap compared to the Obiche. That's one of the main differences. And there's lots of munition sinks potentially in this battle group between registered artillery, the mines that you can lay with defensive operations, sound the alarm, glossatories with their flamers, medical half-track. I could go on, but you get the idea. So this remains one of the strongest battle groups by far for DAC. Universally useful across 1v1s and team games. Honestly, bordering on S tier, but I think we're going to put it in A tier. This is definitely like a high A tier battle group, and a solid choice for DAC in any situation. Moving on to Kriegsmarine. Haven't seen these guys in a bit. Kind of a little bit affected by the AA changes, especially with improved hard points. I think I've seen more people showing like an affinity for Kriegsmariners and building like 3 or 4 of them and just trying not to bleed with them, getting good fortifications up. You can get some good tempo out of these guys, and they are pretty effective in a 1v1 context with the STG upgrade. The bonus received accuracy compensates for their lack of a fifth or sixth man and helps with their durability quite a bit. And obviously the ability to build and repair defenses is also really nice for a unit that you're going to be spamming out with this battle group. Starburst Flare is a solid recon ability. Stuka Flight is okay, but it's a little too unpredictable for me in terms of being a munitions sink on this battle group. I much prefer Naval Intervention. This is one of the best off maps for the Axis as well. Great precision on the barrages that come in, and then following up with the smoke for disruption is really, really nice. The Fritz X, I think it's a cool ability. I just don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. It's really niche. You could really only use it against like heavy vehicles or vehicles that are engine damaged and super slow. And honestly, in that situation, why would I not just use naval intervention anyways? Because it's more universally valuable. So yeah, I don't really think the Fritz X is worth it. I tend to go for naval intervention, but solid abilities plus Kriegsmariners on the offshore support side of the battle group. Looking at logistics operations, we obviously have your designate resupply points. You can create some really interesting networks of supply crates and eventually bonuses with strategic mobility in the late game when you're playing team games. These are nice because they're not a manpower sink. You just spend munitions on them, and then you could recoup those munitions through the crates that you eventually get later. Between supply reserves and improved hardpoints, I'd say improved hardpoints is probably generally better. The AA guns, like Axis needs all the AA help it can get because there's so many good allied plane abilities and recon abilities. And this will help shoot those down relatively quickly, as well as act as a defensive turret for your territory points that may be under attack by backline attackers. Then we have supply reserves. This is generally better for like a 1v1 context, or if you're finding yourself kind of desperate for crates but not getting the network up that you need. Supply reserves can be better. And then you have interdiction and strategic mobility. Interdiction is good because it'll give you more crates, because as you capture and decapture territory, generally I use this in like a 1v1 or 2v2 context. Strategic mobility generally much better for team games because it's going to allow your team a ton of extra mobility between territory points as they're moving to and from a base on the map or moving from one side of the map to the other. You guys are going to be able to rotate to help each other out much more quickly. So Kriegsmarine, all around, very solid battle group. Lots of great supporting abilities. Lots of augments to the capabilities of your teammates, especially the crates. Great off maps as well. And extra AA support is never a bad thing. And you can do some really great interactions between the healing mechanics on the crates, as well as the rate of fire and munitions bonuses. You're going to be able to continuously feed naval intervention as an ability that you can spam out because it's got so much, it requires so much munitions that you're going to be getting that from crates. Finally, two more. We're almost there, I promise. Looking at what's this guy called? Panzerjaeger. We call him PJK. I didn't want to call it that for short, but Panzerjaeger Kommand Battle Group. This one remains fairly strong. There's lots of really solid stuff in here that fills in gaps in DAC's ability to handle vehicles in some unique or specific situations, like urban environments. It can be difficult to deal with tanks, but Tank Busters really compensates for that. Anyway, we'll just talk about it. So minefields, being able to lay S-mines and Regal mines by Panzer Pioneers is really nice. I love Regal mines because they one-shot light vehicles and deal critical engine damage to others. Basically, if your opponent hits a Regal mine, unless you royally screw up or can't follow up, it's almost a guaranteed kill because they're never going to get away from you. Blockade equipment is useful, but I don't tend to use it as much. You can, construct these massive, super annoying barriers and block off areas of the map. Like I said, I don't tend to use this one as much. To date, I think I've picked early warning like twice since this battle group came out. Defensive positions is virtually always better because it gives you the combined arms bonus to all friendly units that are in friendly territory. So this applies to like your team weapons, which actually get like speed and rate of fire bonuses, and your Panzergrenadier, or well, your line infantry, which are also going to get movement ability, which is good whether they're moving around in friendly territory, just maneuvering between battles, or actually dealing with like fighting enemy units on defense without any vehicles around. Having defensive positions is just a really nice buff to the infantry in general. Butterfly bomb drop. I nicknamed these idiot mines because I hate them and they're terrible to deal with and super annoying to play against. So these mines, they drop from the sky. After 7.5 seconds, they arm. And for some reason, all of your sweepers want to try to disarm them while shooting at them and causing damage and suppression on those units as they're doing it, which is what makes them so frustrating. And that's where I got the nickname from. But this is great at like cutting off an opponent's retreat, deterring them from attacking a specific area because they're going to have to dismantle a whole minefield before they can push through. It's very problematic, very annoying to deal with, and relatively cheap for its for how effective it is. On the other side, we got the GRB grenade launcher. This is a solid option from the 250 as an upgrade. Now, I will say, like, since the grenade launchers got nerfed as badly as they did, I haven't seen this as much, not surprisingly. The tank busters are very solid, but they do require a lot of babysitting and attention and micro in order to make sure that you're getting their veterancy up. If you can't get the veterancy up, they have a tendency to just die from trying to be too aggressive. But it's one of the few anti-tank units with stealth, which is kind of nice. And they get some crazy snare ability with the, I forget what it's called, but basically it's like anti-tank grenade assault or something like that. And they can lay some crazy ambushes with that and shut down the biggest of vehicles using the Panzerschreck and the AT grenades. Free shock tactics is really nice as a way to kind of shut down an opponent from attacking or prevent them from escaping if you're pursuing them with a vehicle. Or you can also apply it to an infantry squad that's got an anti-tank weapon as well. But this is a great way to chase for kills with Panzerjaegers, or if you're doing it with a vehicle, this also helps with that. Last but not least, we have AT Overwatch, which it's a pretty solid ability. It's good at hitting tanks, especially the slow ones. Now, if they're moving at top speed, it's going to miss most of the time. But if you can get a snare off on an enemy tank and then drop this on top and maintain vision, it's almost guaranteed dead, which is pretty solid. And then, of course, you have the Elephant Tank Destroyer. I've been seeing a little bit more of this since the introduction of the Char and how much armor that it's got. The Elephant is the only thing that's guaranteed to penetrate no matter what it's shooting at, as long as it hits the target, which seems to be the main weakness. Is it tends to miss a lot on the move, and unfortunately, this thing needs to move a lot. So that is the main weakness of the Elephant Tank Destroyer. I would honestly like to see a little more buffs for this because I still don't see it enough. I don't think it's very effective. Every time I see these things come out, they're usually dead within a few minutes, and my opponent wasn't able to protect them super well. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, overall, this battle group, very solid. I'm going to put it in the B category because it's not like, I don't think it's quite as good. It doesn't support the team quite as well as some of these two, but there's some great individual things in here, and it really does handle like the, the anti-vehicle capabilities for the DAC battle group. Last but not least, we have Battlefield Espionage, and this has seen some significant changes over the last couple of patches. So let's talk about them. First, the 253. This? Yeah. The 253 has been slightly reworked so that the camo field that it provides is always on. But it doesn't. It lost a little bit of movement speed as a result. And so it's going to be a little bit easier for you to micro around your units because you're not going to have to turn the field on and off. But it's also not going to be as much of a pain to keep up with your army because it got some movement speed back while the camo field is on. Yeah, Stan, I totally agree with that. The Funk Panzer should get XP for Goliath kills, but it doesn't. And I don't know if they'll ever fix that. But yeah, unit's fine. It does what it needs to do. It deploys the Goliath light vehicle. light remote controlled demolition package. This is like the only good demo left in the game because they gutted all the other ones. But it's got camo. It can move through camo, which is pretty scary. And it's really, really good at picking up wipes on unsuspecting enemies. So something to be mindful of for sure. Too far. Moving along, anti-tank incendiary munitions remains very strong, especially on the Pak-38. Being able to burn down and continuously deal damage to your opponent's vehicles when you hit them is going to decrease their uptime because it takes longer to repair, especially in light of the changes that they made to repair in combat. I want to highlight this. The incendiary munitions, because it's continuously dealing damage over, 10 seconds? And then on top of that, there's an additional combat buffer where there's another 10 seconds where the engineer or whatever is repairing the vehicle can start repairing it at full speed, right? So by using incendiary munitions, you're really slowing down your opponent's ability to repair their vehicles. And that makes this a really good choice. Now, Advanced Ambush, also very solid as well. Dax Infantry is more than capable in the most recent patch. And with Advanced Ambush, it just kicks it up another notch. But anti-tank incendiary munitions, in my opinion, is just way more value, especially because it's the passive, and again, the effect on the repair rate of your opponents that we were talking about. Operation Scorpion, nothing new here, but great to use when you're doing an all-in push because of the rate of fire bonus, and it's also going to refund you if you lose any vehicles during an attack. On the right-hand side, we have both Intel and Sector Subterfuge beacons. I still am... I lean towards the Intel Disruption if I'm focusing on camo. Or Subterfuge if they're... I find it's kind of map dependent on when you want to use the Subterfuge beacons. If you're finding like you're playing on a side of the map where it's difficult for you to attack your opponent and you're not taking the high resource points, then this is a good way to compensate for that because you can glean some of the resources from those points, but not all of them, obviously. And then moving along, so they did a bit of a rework to the tree. They put Disruption Operation and Transfer Depots side by side, so now you can get Transfer Depots and Plunder, which is crazy. Transfer Depots, to me, seems to be the obvious choice because you can construct these. Disruption Operations okay as an ability, but you still have a nice munition sink off-map with Firestorm. And again, allows for the transfer of resources to manpower when constructed over fuel or munitions points. You can really snowball this into like building a depot, transferring it into manpower, building another depot. You know what I mean? So it's the depots are very, very solid. I think they're probably the more favorable choice over Disruption Operation. And then you have both Firestorm and Plunder as late game options. So Firestorm got the same rework that all the incendiary bombing runs got, in that it doesn't deal... like they basically reworked this ability, honestly. So they took away the easier to hit component on it and they just turned it into a flat burn damage. More similar to like the incendiary run or the incendiary artillery from Shock Motor in COH3. It's much more similar to that. Great for area denial, great for destroying fortifications, dismantling enemy defenses, whatever. Just very good at just like throwing it on a territory with infantry and team weapons in a pinch, and you can trust that if your opponent doesn't move, they're gonna burn out. Now, additionally, you have Plunder, which previously was mutually exclusive with Transfer Depots, but now you can have both. And now, when you're salvaging for weapons, you also get salvage benefits, which is like super strong. It's like not only am I getting a weapon with salvage, but I'm also getting the resources. I'm getting both together. So yeah, Plunder. I mean, I love this mechanic. I thought it was super cool and was really happy with this. I do think this might make it a little bit overtuned, honestly, with the with the resources that you get back as well. But it's a solid ability. I can't complain. It's at the end of the battle group tree. I think this will make it a very interesting choice, because my main problem with this was that transfer depots and plunder were mutually exclusive. And now that that's no longer the case, I can see myself using this battle group a lot more. So with that, Espionage, I think I'll put them up into the B tier. They're still missing some of the greater parts, and especially the team like synergy dynamics of Italian infantry and Kriegsmarine. But like as an individual player in a 1v1 context, even I still think that this battle group has a lot of potential. So guys, here we have it. This is the new overview. And just so we can do a bit of a side-by-side here, this was last 2.2 update. Some similarities, you know, we're seeing Australian kind of land in the same categories. Air and CI pushed up, Breakthrough pushed up quite a bit. Indian artillery came up, coastal came way down. A lot of stuff kind of still hovering in the middle. Canadians dropped pretty significantly. You'll see the Wehrmacht battle group still remaining in A or S tier. Armored support dropped a few tiers as well. Mostly, honestly, to make space for this guy. And some of the other battle groups that have just seen some more significant buffs and more usage in recent patches. I also think like Panzerstorm getting gutted on in terms of like mine immunity on armored support also significantly affected it. But yeah, this is current state of the game. And again, I would argue this is more so from like a team game perspective. If I was gonna do this over for 1v1, let's see, how would we do this? I think if I was gonna do this for 1v1, okay. 1v1, we'd probably do this. French is going to stay up there. Partisan is going to stay up there. Luft, Mech, Italian infantry. Kriegs will probably drop. Airborne is actually still very strong, specifically because of the loiter. Poles actually drops a little bit, I think. This comes down for sure. This probably goes up. Armor probably goes up to A. SSB goes up to A for sure. This drops to here. Actually, maybe here. This all the way to the bottom. Canadians probably up more. You're still going to get more value out of that. Breakthrough's going up for sure. Do we have too many A tiers? Feel like Partisan's not that good. Neither is Airborne. Airborne's actually pretty bad outside of the stupid reinforcement loiter. Think. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is much closer. This is what I would say for a 1v1. So you can see the S tier ones didn't really move. I still think they're way up there. It's honestly probably debatable that Breakthrough could go all the way up as well. Same with Mech. But yeah, these two are well, this is just far and away the best battle group in the whole bunch. But yeah, this is where this leaves us. So we'll leave it at that. Reminder to everybody, if you stay to the end of the video, first of all, kudos to you. Or if you're sitting here watching the stream as I'm doing this, also kudos to you. But as a reminder to everybody, if you want to participate in the Dare and Destroy key giveaway, you need to be subscribed to the YouTube channel. And you need to leave a comment down below sharing your favorite faction / battle group. And let me know what you think of the analysis. Like, do you agree with the tier list? Do you feel like I'm off? I misjudged some things? Some of you probably have more experience with some of these battle groups than I do on the most recent patch. Some of these I'm going off of experience from like a couple of games, but others I'm going off of like what I've seen in my gut, which has been pretty good because I've like way too many hours in this game. But anyway, so there you go. There's the 1v1 version of the tier list as well. For those of you that were interested, or 1v1 slash team game or small team game like 2v2. I would say this is mostly 1v1 though. 2v2 is probably closer to the team game position that I shared with you guys. But anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments. And of course, make sure you comment below and are subscribed if you want to participate in the giveaway. And I will be announcing a winner next week, contacting you guys through YouTube. I'll select a winner. So take care, everybody, and I'll see you nerds on the next one. Best of luck in your games.